So, the last time I streamed after the hiatus, we went ahead and finished the first two Eureka relics that I'd done, that being Brunello and Tua, so the Summoner and Red Mage relics. I have now also completed the Warrior relic, and I kinda hate it. It just doesn't look good to me. I don't like it. I just don't. But yes, that one's finished. I've continued grinding Eureka a little bit. I went outside today. How you doing? I continued grinding it a bit, so I now have Scholar and Monk to the end of Pargos, start of Pyros, and basically out of all of the classes that I've done the job quests for, we have the Animos relic for them. But we also have like the Elemental Knuckles and the Elemental Codex. I am working on wherever the fuck it is. The Katana. I legitimately can't see it. I am blind. Help me. There. So that's on the Pargos stage. So that's going to probably be the next one that I get up to Elemental. But the plan for today... Hey, Patinga, how you doing? The plan for today is to do the White Mage job quests up to 70, so that we can have whatever the skill is. I think it's an actual skill, isn't it? Or is it a trait? Oh no, it's a skill. Yeah. Plenary Indulgence. Ah, okay, it's the additional heal. Yeah. So if people are needing a shit ton of AoE healing, I can pop that and then use like Cure 3 or Medica 2, and it will do a shit ton of healing. Yeah. Something else that I've done is I've gotten our Scholar and Summoner up to 98. There is a deliberate reason why I haven't gotten them to 100, which we'll get into in a second. But I've gotten them up to 98 because that's the highest level of gear that I can buy through the market board. And the only other way for me to get gear of that level at the moment is through my retainers. So yeah, I've gotten them up to 98. I've also geared them out with level 98 gear, just from the market board. Yeah. The level 96 armor goes hard. Another week goes by and still no job answer. Oh, I'm sorry, Tingles. I'm doing okay. I'm struggling with energy and headaches at the moment, but otherwise, I'm not too bad. And you're playing 14 at the minute as well. You went out. I went outside today. You're doing the MSQ roulette now. Nice. I've already done all my roulettes for today. But I'm doing those on my White Mage at the moment to try and get that up to 98, because one of my retainers is a botanist, which I got up to 100 yesterday, and I will probably get minor up to 100 tonight, depending on what the daily turn-in to the Grand Company is. But yeah, I want to get White Mage up to 98 because then I can get my retainer has a higher chance of giving gear that is level 90 plus, which could actually be beneficial because dungeon gear is better generally than the equivalent that you can buy or craft. But the reason why I don't want to go up to 100, what's my highest dungeon? We are literally just post Stormblood. Like, legitimately, we've not done any of the MSQ after finishing Stormblood, the quest Stormblood. The reason I'm not going to 100 is Wondrous Tales. Once you hit the max level, it adjusts so that then it becomes more current content, which honestly wouldn't be a problem for me if they did that, like, up to, like, when I was playing on my old character and I got up to level 90, like, there were Shadowbringers raids and things like that in it. That wouldn't be too much of a problem because we're going into Shadowbringers next. But we would get Endwalker and Dawntrail stuff in here, and being just post Stormblood, that would pretty much mean that it's quite unlikely I would be able to actually do Wondrous Tales. Which in and of itself isn't a massive problem. It is half a level experience. Could we spam Heaven on High for experience? Potentially, that is an option for how to get experience, but I haven't actually done enough Palace of the Dead to unlock Heaven on High yet. I've not gotten to level 50 on Palace of the Dead. I also really need to catch up on job quests, and at the moment the plan is to progress the Omega raids because I want to unlock the Savage versions for the mounts. Also, once I've finished the Omega raids, I believe that's also what unlocks the ultimate, the first couple of ultimates, which I would be very interested in doing. But yeah, so that's why I've not gone up to 100, and there's no point in me going past 98 because I can't get the gear for it at the moment. Once we're in Endwalker, I will probably go ahead and push into level 100. But yeah, for right now, let's get White Mage, and where do I have to go? Okay. It is still the actual White Mage people. Oh! This goes to show how little I've actually played White Mage in ages, that White Mage does not have my Speedy Quick macro. Oh, that's something else that I should go through quick. I went back and did the rest of the Savage content for Alexander. At least the main bosses. So I got the God Walker, and there's also the other one. It isn't a mount, it is a minion, which I don't remember where that will have gone. There we go. That's the one. It's just a little guy. It's just a little guy. Did I solo A12S? Yes. Soloing unsynced, even at level 90 for Alexander, really isn't that hard, depending on what class you did do it on. I think think I did it on Summoner. If not, I must have done it on Warrior, and that would have been only level 80. So I have a feeling I probably did it on my Summoner. But yeah, he's just a little guy. I like him. But I want the AV out more. There we go. What's up, kids? It's been a while. I thought you might come after the light. You sensed it, yes? The agitation of the elementals. I suggest you present yourself to Brother E. Sumiyan at Stillglade Fane. He will no doubt welcome your assistance in identifying the origin of this disturbance. Oh great, so I came all this way for you to tell me to go somewhere else. Fuck you. Circle time. After. How fortuitous. Ah, Sister Ryo Senna directed you to the guild. Glad I am that she did. As I'm sure you felt yourself, the elementals are in an uproar, and whilst I would soon depart on my investigation, the forest's disquiet appears to stem from lands that cannot be approached in blind haste. I speak of East End, the very edge of the Twelveswood. Long has this border betwixt Girabania and our nation been held by the forces of the Garlean Empire. The Alliance did recently take control of Baelsar's wall, and thus commands the fortifications in East End, but the stability of the region is yet tenuous at best. 'Twould be a far more certain venture were I to have you at my side. Are you willing to make the journey? Then we need delay no longer. Let us make our preparations and begin our trek from Camp 9 Ivies. You say that, that means that I'd need to go to the East Shroud, right? Yeah. Nine Ivies isn't one that often gets mentioned. Oh, sorry, I was having a nap. Thank you again for coming. I arrived some moments earlier and bent my ear to the forest's whispering. Although here it might be better described as a keening, there's no doubt that we are nearer to the source. I am almost certain that we are not alone. Come out! You cannot hide your presence from me. Oh, Sylphie. I should have known you would sense me. Your earlier failures to attend lessons gave me ample practice at finding those who did not wish to be found. Now, am I to assume that you too have been brought here by the plight of the elementals? Yes, Guildmaster. I'm sorry for leaving without permission, but I just had to know what was causing all this commotion. You will return to Stillglade Fane and leave this investigation to Arthur and me. Such is the danger inherent in this task that even I felt compelled to request assistance. Please, Guildmaster, let me help. Never have I heard the voices of the elementals so clearly before. They want to tell me something. I just know it. And it is that very something that I, as Guildmaster, am charged to discover. You, as an acolyte, are neglecting your duties back at the guild. But how can I ignore their pleas? I feel their unease like chains tightening around my chest. Isn't it my duty as a conjurer to protect the forest? Their unease. You truly sense this emotion from the river of their susurrations. What the fuck is that word? And you truly wish to return the forest to tranquility. I swear by the matron herself, I only want to put into practice the lessons you have taught me. A noble purpose. But if I were to permit this, you must promise to weigh the consequences of your actions before you commit to them. I would not see a repeat of previous incidents. Then, I can come? I promise I'll be careful, and I'll be sure to ask for After's help the moment I need it. See that you do. Now, it's past time we braved the borderlands of Eorzean. We can travel as far as Amasake's spire, then a serpent officer will guide us through the ruins of the castrum from there. So, Sylphie has actually been attending lessons and is learning to not use her own life force. Or whatever the fuck it was that she was doing in the last set of quests. I don't remember. It's been a long minute. The closer we are to the East End, the more certain I am we are moving in the right direction. The precise location of the disturbance yet eludes me. However, even from the elementals themselves, I sense only confusion. Fear there is naught for us but to conduct a more conventional search. I'll head southeast. Sylphie, see what might be found directly south. Southwest is yours. Huh? What are you doing? Come here this instant! It's a giant bunny! I think I actually remember these job quests. After what befalls, I felt a surge of panic coming from this direction. Whatever it was, I feel nothing now. Did you see anything? A child? Out here? By your description, the mother may be a hunter. I'm curious as to her fate, as to her choice of hunting ground. Could it be their fear which has the elementals so upset? In any case, it seems the answer to that has run off into the brush. Let us return to Castrum Orient for the present, and learn more of East End's inhabitants. Yeah, I think... Because I did all of the ninja and white mage job quests. Up to Shadowbringers, I think. I don't remember the ninja ones that well, but I definitely remember doing these as white mage before. This gentleman is an officer stationed at this castrum. Mayhap he'll know more of the mother and child you spotted. You believe these folk were living in the forest? I was under the impression the East End settlement was empty. We suspect a connection to whatever is disturbing the harmony of the Twelfthwood. Might you spare us some few soldiers to investigate the possibility? Ordinarily, I'd be overjoyed to aid in your investigation. But I fear our duties on the border demand our full attention. My most sincere apologies, Master Pajal. How inconvenient. This matter is far from resolved, yet I've already been overlong in returning to Stillblade Fane. Let me handle it, Guildmaster. You would have me entrust this task to an acolyte. You have matured much in the art, it's true, but I can hardly... Elementals are suffering. Someone has to help them. And I'm sure After could lend a hand, if I needed it. What say you, After? I'd only intended to involve you in this initial foray, but might I ask that you see the matter through to its conclusion? My thanks. I foresee hardships ahead, but also an opportunity for new discoveries. Pray, look in on Sylphie's progress even as you continue your own studies. As for you, Sylphie, I expect you to make regular reports on your findings. May the matron watch over you both. Oh, hello. It's nice of you to worry, but I've been perfectly safe. I asked the soldiers of the wall if I could accompany them on their patrols instead of wandering about on my own. More than a few times I thought I could sense something, the briefest of flickers, but the scouts had their mission and I couldn't risk getting separated from them to confirm them. I need to check one area in particular, some distance away from the patrol route. Do you think you could come with me? Here, I'll mark the spot on your map and we can meet there when you're ready. Time to spy on a child. But it's okay because it's a child that's doing it? Aha, yes. Yes, I see. Fuck off. This is the place. It's a ghost! Do you feel that? The source must be nearby. Oh. You're sure it's the same child? I don't know what's going on here, but her aura is blinding. Come on, we have to follow her. I'm coming for you, child. You cannot escape. So, how much do we want to bet that the strange child is just really, really stinky? And just constantly farting? And that's what that miasma around her is. Like, this isn't anything to do with the elementals. This is just greenhouse gases. God, I do love a scythe. Oh, it's been so long since I've used Afflatus Misery. Stay away from me! Mama! Where are you? You poor thing. You must have been terrified. But don't worry. We'll get you back to your mother. I'm not supposed to talk to strangers. Mama says they'll take me away and lock me in a cage. Is that what she says? Well, I'm Sylphie, and this is After. Now you know our names. Why don't you tell us yours? Then we won't be strangers anymore, right? My name's Gatti. You don't feel icky like the bad things. Well, I hope that means we can be friends. Come on, Gatti. Let's go and find your mother. Do you know the way home? I don't have any friends. We live in the forest. Just Mama and me. Were you hurt when those creatures attacked? Here, let me see. I'll mend that in no time. Watch. A conjurer like me can heal all sorts of wounds. A conjurer? No! Don't touch me! There's that surge again. And this time it's far more powerful. Gatti, we have to leave. She's one step ahead of us. She's gone. Did you see where she went? No, but barely took her eyes off her. How'd she manage to vanish so quickly? She learned the trick from a Moogle! I sense their palms all over this. Well, Moogles certainly are good at disappearing, but I've never heard of them teaching the secret of it to anyone else. The surge of power I felt is gone as well. I don't think it's a coincidence that it faded as soon as Gatti left. Whenever she panics, I feel her aura just kind of expand. I think the Voidsen sense it too. I'd wager 3 afternoons of listening to Hero Nolanel's lectures that the presence of those fiends is what's upsetting the elementals. Right then, it's time we return to Gridania and report our findings to the Guildmaster. She's being remarkably compliant. Heard Sylphie's report. You're both to be commended for pursuing this investigation in so dangerous an area. Judging by your description of Gatti's unusually potent aura, I'm inclined to agree with the theory that it is her energies which are attracting the Voidsen. If, as you suspect, the child lives alone with her mother, then it's unlikely she's been trained to control her power. Fear, panic, anger, any strong emotion might cause her ether to flare dramatically. To the ravenous creatures of the Voidsen, the scent of such outbursts would be as the sweetest of nectar. So if Gatti were to learn control, then the problem would be solved, wouldn't it? We've assumed much, but no little. Without understanding the exact nature of the girl's gifts, I hesitate to propose a solution. She said she lived in the forest. I'll head out with the Serpent patrols again and see if I can't find her house. A fine idea. After, pray continue lending Sylphie any support she might require. Come on, let's head back to Cash Morians and we can talk about what to do next. Fucking bitch, making me do fetch quest style shit here. I always get turned around when I teleport into Castle. Guildmaster's right. We need to learn more about Gatti herself. I mean, how can a little girl like her have the kind of power that attracts Voidsen? Well, first things first, I need to find where she lives. And then hopefully she and her mother will be willing to talk to us. But do you think we'll be facing more fiends before this is all over? I should probably be practicing my spells. Hello, After. Thought you might be along soon. As for Gatti, I've spotted her more than a few times. She flees the moment she sees me. One thing I've learned, though, is that wherever the whispers lead, then that's where Gatti is to be found. And since the forest spirits are particularly agitated today, we should have no trouble tracking her down. Come with me to the place we lost her the last time. We can start our search from there. There we are. terribly faint, but I sense a thread of unease leading away from here. Come on, it's this way. When you're around, I find I can hear the voices of the elementals more clearly. I suppose it's easier to be tranquil when you have a veteran white mage at your side. Let's move on, shall we? Sometimes I forget just how big some of these mounts are. And then you call one of them whilst you're zoomed in. And I know that it probably looks a little bit different watching this back on stuff, because I play 4K on a relatively large monitor. So like when I'm zoomed out fully like this, to me I can still perfectly see my character. But I can appreciate that if I was looking on a like 1080p monitor, or I suppose not, it's not so much that it is 1080p, it's more that it is probably a smaller monitor. It might be quite difficult to actually see what the fuck I'm doing. So I'm trying to make a conscious effort to not be fully zoomed out, but this is how I normally play. Oh. The Serpent Scouts don't often venture into this area. I suppose there aren't a lot of Imperial troops wandering around in the muck. Did you see her? I think that might be Gatti's mother. Come on, let's go. Why does it look... Sylphie? This is private property. You're gonna get shot. Careful after. He seems awfully angry for some reason. I know why you're here. You'll not have her. Not unless you want to sprout feathers. It's time for you to leave. Oh, now unless you want to sprout feathers. You're Gatti's mother, aren't you? We're not here to take her away. We're here to help her. Don't think she wants to listen. I'll not fall for your lies, conjurer. Get away from us. What the fuck? Not now. Mama? No. Gatti, I'll see you. I'm fine, it's just one of my turns. That. Oh, shit. She's a Pajal. Gatti, you're a Pajal. Mama, no. You can't! That would explain why she's leaking so much ether. That stinky, stinky ether. Ugh. Ether, it's overwhelming. Void Center come to feed. We can't let them turn her. I guess I'm gonna have to heal her whilst fucking these guys up. Oh no, Sylphie can heal. Oh, that totally actually did less than I thought it would. Shit. Ah, stone still does plenty. Oh shit. I doubt I'm going to be able to break... Oh, no, maybe. His presence of mind. I'm definitely not breaking this thing. Yeah, okay, I'm going to zoom out for the holy casts, because Jesus Christ, that's bright. Alright, oh my god, my hell. Woo! Fuck. Okay. That's my bad. Bear with me one moment, I'm gonna go for a quick toilet break and we'll be right back. Okay. Let's try that again, and let's be a little bit more careful with it. Now I know the big demon is coming. I will be more strategic with this. Also, I can use Divine Venison. Yeah. I thought I was getting Venison confused with Benediction. Hello. Okay, and let's do this. I'm definitely not gonna have time. I do have time to close those two. That. Much better position this time. Turns out all I needed was regen. Fucking die! Is that it? Shit, you let her die! That was it. Fuck you. She's dead, Jim. Hatty's fine. Just exhausted from expelling so much ether. She'll wake up after she's had a chance to rest. Speaking of which, you should be resting too. Your heart's in bad shape, isn't it? I managed to calm the attack, but the condition itself is beyond my art to heal. It grows worse by the day. I'm grateful for all you've done today, Conjurer, but naught has changed. My daughter stays with me. Please, just leave us. Listen to me. We did not come to whisk away your child. If we'd wanted to, we could have taken her while you lay senseless. We came to learn what was upsetting the elementals and what could be done to ease their disquiet. It seems the answer lies in stopping the Void Scent from coming after Gatti. Can you truly stop those monsters from hunting her? The worse my illness becomes, the more often they come sniffing about. Creatures of nightmare they are, with their greedy eyes and grasping claws. We'll help you in any way we can. I'm Sophie, and this is After. Please, tell us more about Gatti and these monsters. No. You Gridanian charlatans are not to be trusted. You saved us this time, it's true. If you don't go now, the whisper of my bow will be the last thing you'll ever hear. Wait, I'm begging you. We promise not to say a thing to the guild. We swear by the matron herself. Right, After? Conjurers I've met before were arrogant, condescending. You, on the other hand, seem far more sincere. I'll take you at your word. Now. My name is Sanj. It was 12 years ago that I fled Gridania with my infant child. She was born a Pajal, and you know what that means. She was chosen by fate, destined to convey the elemental's will to the people of Gridania. Aye, the conjurers would have snatched her from my arms and taught her to be a servant of the forest spirits. By Gridanian law, they were well within their rights to do so. But my husband was dead, and Gatti was all I had left. I could not bear to let her go. And so I fled. I can hardly imagine how hard that must have been, living out here in the wilds, raising a child by yourself. But while I can understand the choice you made, Gatti's lack of control over her Pajali power is putting you both in danger. Ether bleeds from her in a torrent whenever she's upset or afraid, drawing in the Void Scent again and again. I hate to say this, but there may come a day when you won't be able to stop them. Is there naught that can be done? We just want to live in peace. Here's an idea. I'll stay with you and teach Gatti how to control her ether. That way I can continue your treatment and solve this problem with the Void Scent at the same time. All without telling the Conjurers Guild, of course. Nope, she's up. Hello again, Gatti. I used my conjury to help your mother feel better. Would you like to learn some magic too? Really? Do you know magic that can help, Mama? Please, teach me. Thank you. This means so much to us. We can talk more inside the house. I'll walk them inside, then return to Castromorians. I'll see you back there after. I just remembered why it is that I can't remember the next quest. Like the next set of job quests, the ones in Shadowbringers. And it's because there aren't job quests, there's role quests. So I think I can remember at least some of the healer role quests. But yeah, that's why I don't remember the DPS one. I'm sorry. I sort of took matters in my own hands there. I know it's a lot to ask, but can you please keep this a secret from the Guildmaster for the time being? I promise. Thank you! We don't want the Guild to take Gatti away from her mother. You've seen what happens when the girl gets upset. And besides, Sanche may not be long for this world. Gatti should spend as much time with her as possible. I remember what it was like to lose a loved one. But please don't think emotions swayed my better judgment. I've thought this through and I understand it won't be easy. That's why I need your help. Oh, Arthur! Am I glad to see you? I'm at my wit's end. Every day I've worked Kundry upon Sanche, and she's drinking a potent herbal elixir I had delivered from Gridania, but still her condition worsens. And watching her mother's health decline is not helping Gatti to master her magics. Voidsent have been drawn by her untamed ether a few times now, and I've just barely managed to fight them off. I've reached my limits, to be quite honest, and I think Gatti would benefit from your calming presence. Will you come with me back to their cabin? Yep. How did... Oh. Brother Isumiyan has found us out after... I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Did I not make myself sufficiently clear, Sylvie? My permission was contingent upon your promise to refrain from rash and thoughtless action. Yes, Guildmaster, and I've done my best to fulfill that promise, I swear! I gave this matter a great deal of thought before deciding it was the best way for everyone. I will not doubt your sincerity, Acolyte. Imagine my surprise when I was informed of your request for an advanced elixir. No mention of such was included in your reports, and thus did I come to investigate. Now I find you concealing the presence of a Pajal. Even from a distance, the nature of Gatti's aura was unmistakable. A Pajali child without guidance is an exceedingly dangerous thing, Sylphie. You know this. Her ether, wild and radiant, will grow even as she does. So too will the power of the fiends which gather to feed upon it. Should Gatti draw the attention of a greater Voidsent, this entire region would suffer from its depredations. I've seen what happens. The worst episodes are when she's overcome by fear for her mother's health. That's why I judged it safer to keep them together. Sylphie, I'd almost forgotten that stubborn streak of yours. But I do recognise that responsibility for this situation falls not upon your shoulders alone. It was my failing as Guildmaster to have overlooked the birth of a Pajal in the first place. Will you take Gatti back to Stillglade fame now? Such was my intention. I followed the whispers through the forest, yet by the time I arrived here the house already laid empty. They may have marked my approach. Do you mean they're not here? Sanche shouldn't be walking around with her condition. Her heart is too weak for that kind of exertion. We must waste no time in tracking them down, not only for Sanche's well-being. Gatti's concern for her mother could consume her at any moment. Do you know where they might have gone? If they meant to avoid us, then heading north to cross the shallows of the Veladina River would be their only choice. We should hurry. Having in mind my current mount. Ooh, are we going to talk about Monster Hunter Wilds? I still need to play Iceborne. Did I see the Monster Hunter Wilds trailer? I have seen a trailer. Not necessarily the most recent one. I've seen that the new Smith character is hot. I've seen that. I've seen that Rule 34 is going to have a hell of a time with her. After you're here, there were strange whispers coming from everywhere around the house. I got scared. Somebody ran away. You must be Gatti. Those whispers you heard were the voices of the elementals. You need not fear them, though it was wise to heed their warnings. Your brother Isumiyan! What do you want with her? It is clear that you are well aware of my purpose here. I understand that you are disinclined to trust the words of the conjurer. But pray, believe me when I say that neither Sylvie nor After betrayed their promise to you. Simply put, Gatti's ether has grown too strong to be concealed. I suggest we return to the house and discuss how best to resolve this quandary. A solution to which we might all agree. It's alright, Mama. Angry whispers are quiet now. We can go home. If Gatti says it's alright, then I suppose we should go. I am interested in Monster Hunter Wilds. At some point, I think I have Iceborne now. I think I picked it up ages ago, but I haven't played it yet. At some point, I should play that, whether that's on stream or not. But I do want to stream Monster Hunter Wilds because I think that would be really fun. You have Iceborne on PC and a character around that level. Ooh. It's been a while since I've had stream time with Tingle. Just saying. But yeah, I wanna play that. The what is it? Metaphor Refantasio is coming out in like 2 weeks as well. I wanna play that too, because that's by the same people that made Persona and stuff like that. I hope you know if you want to do all content in Iceborne, it is a grind and a half. Yeah, I am. Like, I don't mind most of the Monster Hunter grind. But yeah, there is some stuff that I probably won't be bothered about. Like, I don't know, super endgame stuff I might not bother with. But Fatalis and all those fights, yeah. That was the point that I stopped playing World, was when there started to be like the super like limited raids and shit like that. Because there's the gold dragon, I think, in World, isn't there? That you can only access through the multiplayer hub, I think. I don't know. I stopped playing it ages ago. From what Gatti and her mother have told me, the girl has received no formal guidance in how to contain her ether. Gatti's Pajali instincts allow her to suppress her aura when calm. That will become increasingly difficult as her power grows with age. Eventually, even the briefest onslaught of emotion, a surge of anger, a whisper of fear, will be enough to shatter her control. That's why I thought it best to teach Gatti here at home. Unlike other Pajal, she's lived her whole life with her mother. Taking her away from Sanch now would be disastrous. I know only too well the effect such a separation can have on a child. You agree with me, don't you, After? Or do you think we should follow the letter of Gridania's law? There are always exceptions. You side with Sylphie in this matter. Truth be told, I find myself in agreement. Gatti's upbringing is an extremely rare case among the Pajal. It seems that it may indeed be the lesser risk to allow the girl to remain with her mother. Does that mean... However, if we are to avoid an escalation of these attacks, I must insist that Gatti learn the intricacies of her power under the official supervision of the Conjurers Guild. Acolyte Sylphie, I hereby assign you the duty of overseeing the Pajal Gatti's formal education at this abode. Your status as a member of the guild should satisfy the demands of law and custom, and be sure to thank After for her assistance. I would not have permitted this breach of tradition were you not accompanied by a white mage of such high standing. I won't let you down, Guildmaster, or the Conjurers Guild. Pray understand that this ruling comes with a caveat. If Gatti does not show marked improvement within the time period I dictate, then I shall be forced to relocate her to Stillglade Fane. Thank you, Brother Isumi. This means so much to us. Gatti, I see you are a kind child who cares deeply for her mother. Yet you must not lose yourself in another's life. Look within and master the magics which infuse you. Show you're capable of controlling your own destiny. Make your mother proud. Well, I'll do anything to make Mama happy, and I don't want to disappoint Sylphie or After either. Very well. I'll return to Gridania immediately and prepare an education manual for Sylphie. I'll see the Guildmaster on his way. If you need me, I'll be waiting outside. You got to Rajang, but there's still a lot more that you need to see in Iceborne. Yeah. I have literally not done anything. I forget what it was. That was the last thing that I did in World. I'm very much so looking forward to Wilds because it's going to be so much more open. Like, Worlds is relatively open compared to all of the other Monster Hunters, but it's still, like, map-based. Whereas Wilds, I don't know if it's just that the scale of the maps is going to be much bigger, or if there isn't going to be, like, individual maps. But I know that there isn't so much a need to return to the hub, as it were. Like, you can accept missions whilst you're out in the wilds, which I kind of like. Yeah, I'm interested in that. I'm really interested in Metaphor Refantasio, and I might stream that? I really enjoyed Persona, but it's very grindy. And I know that Metaphor, it isn't Persona, but it is a Persona-adjacent game. I guess it's more like Shin Megami Tensei than persona. But still, like, there's a lot of grinding in those. Anyway. I'm so glad that Sanch and Gatti can still live together. Thank you, After. Things might have gone very differently if I hadn't had you around to help. Still, we have to make sure that Gatti learns to control her ether before too long. We can only expect so much leniency from Brother Isumi. I'd say we keep working away at our own studies as much as we can, and give Gatti a good example to follow. Come to look in on us, have you? Brother Isumi will also soon be here to gauge Gatti's progress. Her studies have actually been going rather well. It's Sanch I'm worried about. Please don't say anything to Gatti yet, but I fear her mother may be near her time. I have suspended lessons for the moment and had the two of them spend every waking moment together. Treating Sanch has left me too exhausted to teach in any case. As for her medicine, another batch should have arrived at the castrum by now. I need to draw the spring water I used to dilute the dose. So would you mind picking up the delivery from the sutler for me? We'll meet back here. I feel like there's other games that I want to play as well. Yeah, well, there's Black Myth Wukong that I need to play at some point. Like, I am so behind on games. I also kind of want to play Alan Wake again, so that then I can play Alan Wake 2. Because I remembered I have Alan Wake 2, and that my original Alan Wake playthrough didn't make it to YouTube. And I really want to play Alan Wake 2, because I just feel like that would be a game that would be really fun for me right now. You've come on young Silpy's behalf, have you? I've got a delivery right here. Rushed it through on the back of our swiftest chocobo. Seems her patience in a bad way, eh? Well, I'll send my own prayers to the matron and hope the medicine does the trick. But I've got Cyberpunk to still finish, and then we've got the DLC for that, which I have got now. I suppose I need to think of what spooky game we're going to play as well, so it's coming up on Halloween. Oh god, my giant lightning horse. It doesn't like going inside houses. Sarge? Gatti! Please, no more hiding now! Quick, they have gone. I need to soothe her. There. I'm just gonna pat the air in your general direction. Thank you. Ever I needed your calming presence, it's now. I came back with the spring water to find Gatti's hat up on the floor and the two of them vanished. Sarge could barely move. Where in Highland could they have gone? They can't have gone far. Right. Gatti's been doing wonderfully with her training, so there's no reason for them to run away. I might have it. I heard Sanch talking about a cave called the Comet's Tail, and how she wanted to visit it again before it was too late. Said we'd head straight there when she was well enough, but she may have convinced Gatti to help us sneak out. Brother Isumi is likely on his way. I'll go and intercept him while you head to the cave. If you find him there, make sure Sanch takes her medicine. I'm probably mispronouncing her name. But I have no idea how the fuck I'm supposed to say that. Other than, like, going, Banshee. Take this. Mama. Mama, please. Don't leave me alone. Ugh. Why isn't the medicine working? Mama? Mama, open your eyes! I can't. I'm losing control. No. I must own my fear. Feel the ground beneath me. Flow of wind and water. Nicely done, Gatti. Making remarkable progress since last we met. After, Sylphie. You've instructed her well. Don't worry. We'll look after your mama. Quick, use benediction. It's so beautiful. Thank you for bringing me here one last time. Don't say that, Mama! I'll learn country, and once you're better, we can come here every day. After. It is thanks to your and Sylphie's efforts that Sanch has held on this long. And yet there are limits to the healing arts. Each life comes to an end. Even a conjurer cannot undo that which fate has ordained. Take heart, however, in knowing that your care and attention is what has allowed these irreplaceable moments between mother and daughter. My precious girl, you have filled my days with love. I was selfish. That selfishness has brought you pain. For that, I am truly sorry. Mama! My love, light, I pray you find such happiness as I have known. Thank you. All of you. Watch over her. Bleh. No. No! No! This can't be happening. I promised Mama. No. Oh shit. Oh no, we're gonna have to kill her mum now. So very close. Heed my words then. How long has this fiend lurked within Sarch, awaiting this very moment? Terrible child, dragging around your sick mother. You've killed her! Accept the evil you have done, and atone with your very life. But I didn't. I killed her? Ignore it, Gatti. But I did bring Mama here. It was me. I killed her. Ah! She's so stinky. Void Center sunk its hooks into Gatti's spirit. We must destroy it ere her life force is drained away. Dear God, is that an ugly fucker? Is that the Death Gaze mod? Amazons. Revile to become murderer. Okay, they're gonna help Gatti, and I just have to focus on killing the thing? I mean, I can do that. Oh good, Sylphie's dead. Whoa, shit. Oh, there's no world where I break that. Good thing I have these. No paralysis for me. Can I just... Is my arrow strong enough to just kill these? It is. Oh, cool. Am I supposed to just keep healing him? Maybe I should heal some. Oh, to be fair, it was telling me to heal Sylphie. Fuck off, you spooky bitch. Gatti knows how to cast stone as well. That's good. Your feeble magics are they're enough to kill you is what they are. When Mama died, it was as if I'd fallen into a deep, dark hole. My mind was full of screaming. And then I heard your voices from somewhere far away, calling me back. I heard Mama's voice too. It's when I knew that she would always be at my side. Do my best to make her proud of me. With the strength you've shown, there's already much of which to be proud. Your ether is tranquil, calm. You see no need to enforce further training at the guild, though its doors are open to you nonetheless. Will you return with us to Gridania? I always thought Mama wanted to live alone with me, away from other people, so I tried to forget about wanting friends, or travelling to other places. But now, I think what she really wanted was to let me find my own way. Thanks to Sylphie's lessons, there's no need to hide in the forest anymore. I will go to Gridania. I want to study more conjury, and learn to fight fiends as well as after. We still have so much to learn from Sylphie. We'll keep studying together, I promise. Although we both have far to go before we're a match for after. Well, Sylphie. Making promises to study. It would seem that mentoring Gatti has proven beneficial to you both. It is time we were on our way. We shall hold a memorial for Sanche, and see about setting you into your new life at Stillglade Fane. That's right. The healer job quests were about how we couldn't save someone. That's how good of a job we did at healing. Someone died. Yeah. Alright. Let's go and... Honestly, I'm tempted to go and do the Astra job quests as well. Because that's only taken... like an hour. I really haven't played Astro since I got it up to 80 though. I mean, I say that wasn't actually that long ago. I kind of... should we do the raids and see how long that takes? If it doesn't take too long, then we'll do the Astro quest as well. I should check out 7th Heaven. Ooh. Okay. I don't hate those. Not a bad start. Okay. Ooh. Hold on. Okay, that's just... Those are the pants. Those pants have less coverage. I'm sorry, wait, what? There's distinctly more cheek. Oh shit, I accidentally equipped them. There's distinctly more cheek. Oh god. Okay. I don't much like the weapon. Like, it's cute that it has the butterflies. But the actual weapon itself looks terrible. Okay. The anomaly. Right then, let's head back to Rauga's Reach. Jesse will want to know exactly what we've been up to. Is this when I get to unlock the Savage version? Hold on. Rauga's Reach, not Kugane. Because if I can unlock the Savage version, I might try that. For Exter. Because that's the one that gives the mount that I really want. Like the one mount that I might actually use from the Omega tier. I mean, I say that, no, I would probably use all three of the mounts. But immediately the one that I like most is probably the one from Deltascape. Welcome back, After. I'm told you've been blazing a trail for us. The way I hear it, our investigation had long since ground to a halt without you. I realise you're mostly interested in saving the world. I want you to know how much I appreciate you helping the company out like this. Frankly, we need all the help we can get. What with our esteemed president diving headlong into the jaws of danger without a word of warning to anyone, irresponsible doesn't begin to describe it. You didn't tell her? I did, after a fashion. Though I may have exercised some executive discretion. I'm no stranger to your lone endeavours, or your habit of confusing personal and company interests, but just because you've always done things a certain way doesn't make it the right way. And until you wake up to your responsibilities, I'm going to keep reminding you of them. But such irksome matters aside... Aren't you just the most adorable little thing? He followed you here of his own free will, didn't he? Which means he's basically part of the family. Why wouldn't he grant us exclusive rights to use his likeness? Shall we start off with a simple clockwork version? They'll be queuing up in the streets. Oh, you can't be... What in the seven else has gotten into you? Listen, if I've caused you any distress, I apologise. I will not have you comment on our guest's marketability. Where are Biggs and Wedge? Shouldn't they be back by now? Oh, I thought you might have sent them off on another unauthorized mission. Last I heard from them, they said they were scouring Omega Control for anything useful. Would have been a good while ago now, though. I don't like the sound of this. Though we have all the necessary permissions, the area is technically a theatre of war, and one littered with unknown Allergan artifacts to boot. Something may well have befallen them. We'd best take the Excelsior and go and find them. Leaving again so soon. Nero, after. I want you two to accompany the chief. Make sure he doesn't do anything rash or take any detours. Consider it done. I shall bring him back even if I have to drag him by the goggle straps. Want to come along, eh? Probably for the best. If we leave you here, Jesse's liable to take a mold of you. Right, let's get moving. I'll bring the airship to Gridania. Wait for me at the landing. There you are. Looks like we're all here. Let's make haste to the Cartenote Flats. Go on ahead to the control room after. We'll follow as soon as we've moored the Excelsior. And they're fucked. Seven elves! Big! Wedge! You all right? Answer me! Chief? After? Monster appeared out of thin air. Targets exhibit vital signs. Mission failed. However, Alpha Group members exhibit heightened levels of stress. Objectives fulfilled. Omega, you set that thing upon them. Affirmative. I am able to create simple life forms instantaneously at any temporal or spatial coordinate. Such beings may pose a negligible threat to you, however. They are more than sufficient to grievously wound or kill the majority of your kind. I could instigate a massacre at any time, and you would be powerless to prevent it. Do I detect a shift in policy? Quantity over quality? Negative. My objective remains unchanged. Evolution through formidable opposition. However, in the course of seeking suitable subjects, I observed an anomaly. Those whom you call heroes. History shows numerous instances of otherwise unremarkable individuals who've defeated vastly superior beings, who triumphed in the face of apparently impossible odds, who performed what are popularly termed miracles. This has occurred too frequently to be dismissed as a mere statistical aberration. I seek to understand this phenomenon. Should it prove to be of benefit, I will incorporate it into my own evolution. It is for this purpose that I brought you to my domain. Angry. So putting on a show at the Yawn and planting Alpha in our midst was but a part of your grand plan. By your victories, you have demonstrated the self-same anomaly. You are fit to remain my subjects. You will continue participating in my experiment. Withdraw, and I will commence the extermination of your kind. This is an order, a threat, a declaration of war. I am an enemy to all life upon this star. It would seem we have much to ponder. But first things first, we must tend to our friends. Quickly, help me carry them. Garlean and Alpha took our 2 wounded to the Conjurer's Guild. The chief bids me lend a hand, so I suppose I shall take myself there too. You, meanwhile, are to return to Raugra's Reach and report to Jesse. Hey! After, I heard there was trouble. What in the 7 hells happened? They're dead. What? Omega loosed a fiend on Biggs and Wedge. Toying with people's lives like it was all a game. It's madness. Sir, will they be alright? The worst is past, but they still drift in and out of consciousness. They'll remain in the Conjurer's care for a time. All we can do is wait and pray. Strike me down for a fool. Should have been more mindful of the dangers. Should never have what? Activated Omega? You know as well as I do that there was no other way to defeat Shinryu. Is this truly any better? All of mankind's being held in ransom. As the one who activated Omega, I bear the responsibility. The responsibility? Just the kind of thing the new you would say. You're deluding yourself, Garland. We are scientists, not heroes. Even you must concede your talents do not exceed to combat. Do not extend to combat. The old you understood this far better. He only looks forward and gave himself wholly to science. And then you changed. You styled yourself a pacifist and started spouting tripe about the proper uses of technology. It was in the wake of your old man's mishap at Bosnia, I believe. Calm yourself. All I wish to say is embrace who you are. A man who devotes his mind to making the impossible possible. With the little prospect of restoring the stasis system, I'm afraid we've no recourse but to continue participating in Omega's tests. Assuming Midgasummer has the right of it, face a legion of foes from history, both real and imagined. Though I may not be the one who charges into the fray, I shall fight beside you as best I know how. That said, it will inevitably fall to you to administer the coup de grace. Old friend, so please, for Biggs and Wedge, and all of us, don't lose. Quack, quack, quack! reckon the little scamp's trying to encourage us. We've fallen far indeed to earn its pity, said the former tribunus. Until such time as Omega next extends us an invitation, you'll find me analysing the data from our investigation. Good evening to you. Before they were attacked, Biggs and Wedge discovered a tombstone. I shall examine its contents and make the information available in the terminal over there as I extract it. Feel free to refer to it whenever the occasion arises. There's no telling when Omega will summon us, but we must all see that we are ready when it does. Fear not, old friend. We'll get through it together, somehow or other. Okay, so I believe this does initializing. How may I assist you today? Savage initiative. Good evening, valued employee. Thank you always for your tireless efforts. Tell me, are you getting enough rest? Are you sleeping and eating well? Are your eyes not blurry from overuse? Here at the Garlean Ironworks, your well-being is our priority. To that end, we have introduced a program to address work-related stress. Dubbed the Savage Initiative, for we must be savage on stress, it adds a touch of relaxation to the daily grind. For its maiden feature, we are pleased to bring you Mending Melodies, songs that soothe body and soul. This particular piece was composed and recorded for our benefit by a minstrel of no small renown. It has been proven to possess potent healing properties and promises to promote happiness as well as stimulate creativity. Please be forewarned, however, that prolonged exposure may overstimulate the imagination, leading to the augmentation of one's memory. It is recommended that you enjoy the song in moderation. With that, I bid you a fulfilling day of striving for freedom through technology. Okay, so we do indeed now have the savages. Can I do? Oh shit! Yeah, no. Can I do? D4 Savage. I presume I need to do it as Scholar because I'll need a Suno. If it still does do at the beginning. Is this just the same cutscene? Looks like it, yeah. Okay. I don't actually know X-Death still. Like, I don't know what the difference is between his spells. Oh, Jesus, that damage. Does he do? If this was the normal, we would have already done it. Holy shit. white hull. Okay, so that's petrified. That's fine. And then he's doing decisive battle, which is different. Oh shit, okay, it pushes me. So how do you deal with that? Does he do Doom? Okay, so white hole petrifies anyone that's not at full health. Okay. Okay, and the tentacles attack in the order that they spawn. That's cool. But he doesn't do Doom. Okay. I might be able to do it on Summoner then. For the sake of the extra damage. Let's have a look. Because yeah, I've already done about as much damage as I had done through that entire Scholar run. Yikes. Okay, maybe I do need to be Scholar for the healing. I'm really petrified. How much damage did that do? Oh, anyone under 50% health is instantly killed. Okay, yeah, no, I can't do this. I can't do this as Summoner. Alright. It's gonna take a lot longer then. I mean, I say a lot. It's just gonna take longer. Okay, I'm at max health, so this should do nothing to me. Sweet, okay. Okay, so the last one to spawn is going to be here. Huh. Okay. Didn't quite go the way I needed it to. Guarantee that I can't get thrown away. Maybe it's that I need to stay. Okay, no, so no matter what, I'm going to get pushed. If we don't get further in this attempt, I'll just do this off screen. Like I'll put a party finder up and just do it unsynced. There's no reason that I need to do this solo. I just want them out. Alright, here we go. So... What the fuck killed me? Wait, what? What? How did I die? I don't know. I don't know what just happened. I don't, yeah, okay. Sure, whatever. I'm glad you're here. In case you haven't heard, we've observed a huge surge of anomalous energy coming from the Eorzean. A nasty feeling this means Omega's ready to go ahead with the next stage of its experiment. Master Garland's on his way, so let's hear what he has to say. Care to share your thoughts on this, Chief? Our colleagues on the ground have reported the appearance of mysterious floating structures inside the Eorzean. If you recall, we were investigating a similar anomaly when Alpha and Alt-Right made their appearance. Omega certainly knows how to get our attention. I blush to recall the eagerness with which we plunged into the abyss. ignorant of the warped gladiatorial contest that awaited us within. It was a staggering collection of opponents, plucked from the pages of both history and fiction, their ability to pose a threat to Omega. And should you prevail against these interdimensional champions, what then shall be your prize? Why, a battle against the most devastating weapon this world's ever seen. Marvellous. He says with eyes of flame, for once I wish you were being sarcastic. Anyway, the energy surge. Based on our previous experience, it seems highly probable that this is our signal to rejoin the fray. Needless to say, it's an invitation that we can't refuse. Not when the alternative is Omega unleashing its creations on Eorzean. Well, are you ready to answer the call? Well, I'm afraid Biggs and Wedge won't be answering any calls just yet. They're still mending from the ambush in the control center. Yes, of course. We'll just have to struggle on without them for the time being. Don't worry, Nero and I'll see to it that you receive all the support you need. Defeat is not an option. What? I do believe Alpha here agrees. Oh, that reminds me. I've got something special for you, little fellow. Come with me. Hey, looking dapper. Custom-made ironworks uniform. Oh, you do look smart, I must say. He is part of the expedition team after all. Considering the dangers lurking in that rift, it's only right that we gave him some protective equipment. Oh, very thoughtful of you, Jesse. There I was thinking you were just sizing him up for a new range of merchandise. Unlike you, I can do two things at once. What about my protective equipment? You are a famous hero who can afford her own gear, but you could buy a house for the cost of what you're wearing. Joking aside, I doubt even a fine uniform like ours would last long on you, what with all the fighting you get up to. We'd need to tailor something specific to your needs and make it out of far more durable materials. And by durable, I mean expensive. Saying that, if you were in a position to provide said materials, I'm sure our artisans would happily work day and night with blissful smiles and sparkly eyes to make you something useful, something suitable. Fascinating though this discussion of ironworks garmenture undoubtedly is. Might our time not be spent, say, travelling to the Yorn? Mega awaits! I just remembered what at least three of these bosses are. There's one that I think I might be getting confused for the Alpha Scape. And that now means that she's at level 100. Right? Yeah. Like, she could go on Woodland Exploration 31. If I gave her good enough gear to actually do So, there was a visual difference depending on how far along our Alexander progress was. Is there going to be a visual difference to the yawn? Ooh, maybe. I don't think the paneling was in there before. How inviting. I'm ready when you are. Say the word and we'll take the plunge. Okay, I'm gonna have to do another segment level sync. Great. Right then. Into the yawn we go. Hey, Miko-sama. I am with you, mortals, along with what scant wisdom I can provide. So, if I remember right, we're going to be fighting three creatures without souls? No. I mean, I suppose you could say that one of them doesn't have a soul, but we're gonna fight a summon from a previous game. I think it's the last fight is a big bad from another game like X-Death was. And then there's one that is kind of poignant for Pictomancer. But then I don't remember what the other one is. It might be something related to Vincent Valentine? Or I might be getting confused with Alphascape there. Well, Rift seems much as it did before, and we appear to be mercifully solid. But I do detect some changes. If I'm not mistaken, there are fewer eggs floating in the ether. Welcome, Alpha Group. Your prompt arrival is appreciated. Omega, it would seem your experiment continued in our absence. Affirmative. Progress has been satisfactory. Approximately 50% of test subjects have been eliminated. Each test world hosts an ongoing contest, wherein the strong eliminate the weak. The process is certain, conclusive, inevitable. Every result matches predicted outcome. Every result except yours. Do these images cause you distress? Please examine them closely. Without suitable stimulation, you may not exceed your calculated probability of success. Your survival is crucial to my study. Through you, I must continue to explore the contradiction I have discovered in your otherwise impotent kind. The ability to triumph against overwhelming odds is one which I must acquire. Foolish machine. What hast thou to show for all the years that have passed since the culmination of our war? Naught save thy continued existence. Hast thou no thought for what befalleth thy home star? Your attempts to provoke me will not succeed. I will follow my programming. Fight, win, evolve. Then I will return to... Error. Accurate rendering of planetary label impossible in current mode of communication. Terminating exchange and returning to priority experiment. Alterations to equipment parameters detected. Recalculating projected combat capabilities. Complete. I will now commence recording your practical performance. Proceed, Alpha Group. Overcome the obstacles in your path and reach the end of the course constructed for you. It seems we have our orders. Should we cut a path through the chaplain? Wait. Cards? Is he an Astro? Ah, those are some nice cards. Which means... One moment. Card, game, play. Play? You mean to play a part in proceedings this time? Of course that's what you meant. Well, we do have authorization to fight in this area of the rift, so I suppose there's nothing to stop you from joining us. Welcome aboard, Alpha. I should summon my Galvus. So here's the thing, we have no Biggs and Wedge. And Wedge was the one that was doing the... Okay, Sid is going to do the shield this time. Alpha tried to help and got himself stuck. That was relatively simple. So Nero wants it to be harder? Masochist. Oh. These guys. Oh yeah, I don't have their favor. So Alpha takes out a card. Is that a reference to one of the games that Alpha is in? Because the main game that I can think of off the top of my head is Everybody Dungeon. Right, are we ready to... Ah, apparently not. Fortunately for you, I came prepared for the occasion. What a perfect opportunity to field test my latest creation. Is it the hammer? It's the hammer. Wait, what? Where'd the armor come from? Behold, the mark... whatever the fuck. Iron Nero. Complete with the new and improved mighty Mjolnir gun hand. Step aside, Garland, and bear witness to the devastation. Such devastation. Do not question his Supergirl transformation. It was quite magical girl. How he's basically Iron Man. Like that's what he's going for with Iron Man. But I forget what the Roman numeral L stands for. Isn't it 50? Because C is 100. Grande. So yeah, that would have been like Mark 43. Oh yeah, I definitely remember what the boss of the Sigmascape is. That seems to be the end of them. And of the path as well. Bye-bye, Iron Nero. As far as operational duration goes, that was pushing the limit. Still, it should suffice. In between scrambling to stay out of the way of Nero's new toy, I found myself wondering about that card you used, Alpha. Care to explain? He boasted that it is but one of many tools at his disposal. Be not deceived by his appearance. Like all of Omega's creations, Alpha was chosen for his prowess in battle. Analysis complete. Results match revised projections. At this rate of improvement, you will fail to qualify as subjects of note. Midgossamer, your parameters are notably inferior. Dost thou yet believe me the mighty worm I was in life? That incarnation perished long ago. My fate was sealed the moment I delivered my spawn unto this far-flung star. That they might be suffered to remain, I did offer up my life unto Hydaelyn, abiding henceforth in spectral form, a servant to be summoned in her hour of need. Your account correlates with my records. It explains why I arrived on this planet only to find my journey's purpose lost. Of necessity, my priority shifted to repair, even as I searched for a new target of sufficient strength. Yet I still do not understand why you aid these creatures. Should think the reason plain. Mayhap 'tis not so for soulless machines such as thee. By thee and thine was my home laid waste. The sound of thee, thy very scent, visiteth upon me a tempest of rage. I but lend these mortals what little aid I can render. Illogical. If your purpose is to facilitate my destruction, it would require an entity more powerful than you were at your prime. Without the means to muster such might, your presence here is meaningless. The experiment continues. Alpha Group, your next opponent awaits you within the Sigmascape. Enter and commence the contest. That should do it. The new base of operations is up and running. Now, what I'd really like to do is delve a little deeper into Omega's past. But as our dragon seems disinclined to indulge my curiosity, we'd best focus on the task at hand. Let's get on with conquering the occupants of this Sigmascape, shall we? Before you cross the threshold, we should take a moment to discuss where we stand. That is the test world you need to conquer, Sigmascape. Is that a mask or a face? The castle was certainly a surprise, but this is verging on disturbing. And we currently have no idea to what it might signify. My first instinct is to dive straight into our analysis. The problem being that without a reference point from within the Sigmascape to start from, we'll have no way of knowing if we're even analysing the correct data. Which means you'll just have to go in blind. That'll be the best way to enter into a fight, but needs must and all that. Are you up for the challenge? Can I ask you to join her up? We seem to be fine out here, but Arthur will need your authorization if she's to do battle inside the test. Keep your wits about you, Saviour. Your next opponent could be almost anything. Bang! Sigmascape 1. Now this is the one that I definitely remember. Yeah. When has a train been significant? After you've located the correct data, your opponent appears to be a train. Here it comes. Not just any train. Phantom train. Bit abducted. Fuck you, ghost. A nice little car. Oh shit, it's more ghosts. Trying to remember which music. It's very familiar, but I can't remember if it's 9. Nerd! Yep. Shit. Zenos. Traveler from afar. Thank you for Doma. Huh? What the fuck do you mean? Good God, you're fast on your feet. When I first saw you be facing a train of all things, I assumed I was hallucinating. But with that oddness behind us, we can be fully certain we have the right set of data for the Sigmascape. From what we've been able to determine, this is a recreation of a devastated world. Unfortunately, we have not found any clues as to its origin. We came across several familiar terms, Doma included. The arc of history is inconsistent with our own. Given that Omega draws from realms which could be fictional or even other dimensional, we can only guess at the source upon which the Sigmascape is based. But if it was fictional, it seems safe to assume the author had a bad experience with the train. Is it a reference? I feel like it's 8. Or is it 6? Yeah, it might be 6. It must be, yeah, because it was a 2D. 8 is where you get Phantom Train as or Ghost Train as a summon. But you actually fight it in 6. Ah, yes, this one. This one I remembered. I expect you're still recovering from your last fight. We should probably go over the details of your next opponent all the same. According to our research, you'll be pitted against a foe known as the Shadownook. Not a train this time, but some manner of animated painting. To be perfectly clear, the name refers more to the evil spirit that's taken up residence within the picture. But the picture part will be key to our strategy. To that end, Nero has thrown together something I thought might be useful. A kettle. Thrown together, he says. Do you know how difficult it was to translate your abstract fancy into an actual tool with practical applications? What you demanded was nothing less than a miracle, and a miracle I have delivered. I seem to recall you insisting on constructing it yourself. Still, credit where credit's due. Well done. History will appreciate my genius. To you, I present the fruits of my labor, the Chocobo brush. I won't confuse you by trying to explain how it works. Suffice it to say that I've adapted the tool to combat the peculiar nature of your rival. Put simply, you'll be able to directly influence the space around you by painting pictures. That's right, Pictomancer. Naturally, this process will require paint. As for the colour, subject and efficacy of your masterpieces, well, that shall entirely depend upon your own artistic sense. Now back to you, Garland. Do you notice the absence of a steaming cup in my hand? If you truly value your efforts of your colleagues, you might consider filling the bloody kettle from time to time. Or is that another task his lordship the chief can't accomplish without the help of his subordinates? Now listen here, Nero. I apologize for the damn kettle, but this has nothing to do with my upbringing. Alpha? What are you doing, buddy? Does Alpha want us to fill up the kettle? Next to the kettle is one of Alpha's cards, its face illustrated with a depiction of spring water. Where? Quack. Alpha appears keen to begin the next encounter. Alpha wants to fill it up. Little cutie. So yeah, this is a fight that I remember because there's mechanics. Ah, what a splendid atelier. Look around you, hero. Plenty of things in which to dip that brush. Okay, but why is she kind of hot? You know, in an evanescence kind of way. Okay, I can't target. Okay, this guy's actually doing some damage. That's pretty neat. Okay, they're possessing... So this is the way that this boss functions, is depending on which form it is inhabited. You need to do different things. This is the one where, yeah, I need to be flying. I think that's too late. I might die. I'm going to die. Okay, we might need to try this on his skull. Because he does a lot of damage. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to be counting these deaths, aren't I? many times did I die to a Savage Esther? It does make me faster, so I think it is still probably slightly easier. Okay, so what's next? It's the water. Demonic. Hey. Oh, vulnerability. Oh. I was going to say, that's not really that big a deal. That if I had galvanized, I probably would have died just then. This one, fire, and then get that. Do both, right? guess I'm not really in too much of danger. This fight is just taking a minute. I guess you go, and you're doing fire and... okay. Easy enough. This is one of the mountains. This is the Sigmascape. This is when you do the... Did he already do the earthquake? No, I just wasn't paying attention. Hurry up and die, please. That wasn't too bad. Welcome back after. I was on the edge of my stool watching you attempt to paint whilst fighting. You soon seemed to get the hang of it. I'm glad our makeshift solution worked as intended. Makeshift solution worked as intended because I made it work. Painting is easy, as is intending. I feel I should remind you, however, that the brush was very specifically designed with that arena and that foe in mind. Against aught else, it will avail you precisely as well as any other brush. One moment. Aye, this is Garland. Great news, and... oh, they did they? Understood. We'll meet them out there. Biggs and Wedge are alright? That was Jesse. Apparently, Biggs and Wedge consider themselves well enough to pay us a visit. They're on their way to the Yawn. Fancy a brief jaunt to the surface? No, thank you. I have data to analyse. Fine. Just the three of us, then. Ooh. Oh, I thought that was like a scientist coat for a minute. Chief, after an alpha too. We didn't mean to drag you all the way from your work. Nonsense. After all we've been through, how could you not come running? Speaking of which, should you even be walking? The Karujan will probably want to have words with us later. But we couldn't just lie back and let you brave the rift on your own. Do you even have enough hands for that much work? Who's taking care of all the little jobs? Ah, yes, the little jobs. It does seem that you two have spoiled me. I've only recently learned that the kettle does not, in fact, fill itself. But we're muddling along somehow. Alpha's been a pillar of strength as always. Alpha has proven to be a stalwart companion, and Nero has been invaluable and insufferable in equal measure. As for the test subjects themselves, they're certainly formidable, but Omega's experiment hasn't broken us yet. So go home, heal, don't come back until you're fully recovered. It's good to hear that everything's going well, but you can call on us the moment anything goes wrong. We'll be out here in a wink, even if we have to crawl. Listen to me, Alpha. That uniform you're wearing makes you an official employee of Garlean Ironworks. That means you can call on us whenever you're in trouble, and that we can call on you. It means you're not alone. Biggs and I have to go away for a while, so I want you to look out for After and the Chief for us, alright? Ah, before I forget, we brought something to put a spring in your step. You can't find Omega's creations on field rations alone. Oh, well, these are all... Thanks. Now, what have we... Huh. This next one seems strong. Exhibits no other notable traits. How dull. The true challenge is this fourth opponent. If I can find the patterns hidden in the chaos, then knowledge and reason will prevail. But even the most random actions are products of an underlying logic. One has but to isolate the behavioural triggers. Tastes like salt water. Why would... Need to take a closer look at that card. Hey, Alpha was just trying his best. Alpha Group shows signs of recovering from recent trauma, initiating action to maintain desirable stress levels. Alpha and Chief have already gone back in. Don't let us keep you. Our colleague over there should be glad to help you make the descent as soon as you're ready. This dreadful experiment may have a way to go yet, but if you keep taking it one battle at a time, you'll be fighting Omega before you... I mean, it'll all be over before you know it. Can I lure you into the rift, madam? You good, Nero? Ah, back are you? We should... we should return to the task at hand. Everything alright, Nero? You look a bit green around the gills. The kettle was full of salt water. Not the best stuff to brew coffee with, it turns out. Really? Well, it wasn't my doing. Of course not. That would involve you filling it. The water came from Alpha, created by one of those cards of his. It was very thoughtful of him to make the effort, but next time I'd prefer a beverage that didn't leave me feeling ill. In any case, you can handle support for this third battle on your own. I want to begin preparation for the fourth. Fair enough. Right. Your next foe is known simply as the Guardian. Unlike that ordeal with Charternook, this battle promises to be relatively straightforward. Courage and steel should be enough to win you the day. Now, can I try this summer? I mean, I can try it. I win it. Maybe not. Quack, quack, quack! So this is the one I didn't remember. For some reason I thought this was in Alpha's game. Guardian will transition between a host of different combat formats. Try to keep track of which does what. Tenth of the way through. Okay, just we ult. Tentacle simulation. Yeah, I've heard about those. Christ, that's a big tentacle. And there's an actual battle. Not that I've fought him, because I've not done that. just summons things that I need to kill. Honestly, I was expecting something worse. Nearly got him. It's actually gone pretty well, given that he's got almost Phoenix heals. Okay, good. We killed it before it could kill us with whatever the hell it was doing. Yeah, that one was relatively easy. Congratulations, old friend. Judging by the lack of smoking holes, I'd say you have a natural talent for avoiding laser beams. This is what passes for a straightforward battle in here. Phantom trains, possessed pictures, and now this Magitech-like machine? Assuming it was real, the Realm Sigmascape is based on must have been highly advanced in both the arcane and mechanical arts. It is truly a pity we cannot identify the test world's origin. Imagine how much we might have learned from such a civilization had we encountered it under different circumstances. But now's not the time for such idle thoughts. The next battle will be the last for this world. Nero should have a strategy to share with us by now. This is it. The final battle to conquer the Sigmascape. We've put together a profile of your next opponent. You've encountered some fantastic foes in here. This time you'll have the novel experience of fighting an actual person. His name is Kefka, and he's a jester. According to the data, his preferred mode of fooling didn't just bring the house down, but the whole world. No. Apparently, he found comedy in the tragedy of others, and condemned countless thousands to death for his own amusement. That a jester should bring such misery. It is almost amusing. Nevertheless, we must treat this villain with all seriousness. His rise to godhood and subsequent rule over a shattered world is clearly documented in the records. Kefka is a formidable mage, and a cunning one besides. Your tactics must account for both his power and his trickery. You've been working on a solution, yes? Will it be enough? Will it be enough? Have you ever known me to do anything by halves? Jester's face paint is a mask for his intent. If you watch only the surface, you'll be fighting at a disadvantage. To put it bluntly, Kefka will seek to deceive you. Even as you predict his actions and adjust your position, his true attack will reveal the feint for what it was. This is where things become interesting. I've tuned this monitor to allow me to observe the Sigmascape with great enhanced clarity. If I observe a discrepancy between Kefka's behaviour and the impending attack, I will endeavour to warn you. The timing will be critical, of course. How confident are you of this strategy? I predict a 50% chance of success. Any delay, however slight, in reacting to his feints will render my warnings all but pointless. Isn't it exciting? There's no safe way to practice this, hero. We must test our tactics on the field of battle. I'm afraid he's right. I'll lend you all the support I can from this side. Pardon me. Make what preparations you need and head into the Sigmascape. We can't let this jester have the last laugh. Embrace your destruction. It is the fate of all things. But people can always rebuild. New lives will always be born. A fragmented conversation that accompanied Kefka's data. This was the first line, but there was no mention of who uttered the reply. You admire this villain. Admire the idea of upsetting the status quo. Go on, champion. I tire of waiting for the fun to begin. Alpha knows it's not just the salt water. Omega did something. What? Quack. Alright, time to take on Kefka. If I remember right, this is actually a really fun fight. I wield the greatest power in existence. You may as well be the dirt on the bottom of my boots, or the dirt stuck to the bottom of that dirt. I will destroy everything. I will create a monument to non-existence. Love his like running animation. So basically what happens is when you see the question mark, the AoE mark is following around. Oh shit. I remember this. I remember this statue. I believe I just need to look away from it. dropping some fucking hands on the wait, that's the opposite. Thank God for the healing that Phoenix gives. Power build up. Oh, okay. I understand now. It's just, it's a knockback. Kind of reminding me of Xenoblade. Like there's bits of it that seem quite similar. Apparently got wrong, but I got it right last time. Motherfucker. Motherfucker. the knockback isn't where the statue is. Time it actually was. Where I was saying that I've got Phoenix because I need it. Okay, this is the point where the statue changes. Lost? How can I lose? I just can't believe it. And look at what you lost to. I'm a horny devil. God, what's the savage for that like? So I can imagine that that's a bit something else. We get a wind-up Kefka for our troubles. Other than a vague claim by Yoshida, the doll you've discovered in Omega's Sigmascape seem eerily familiar. None of your companions can recall ever hearing of a jester known as Kefka. But Yoshida's not from FF6, is she? She's not. She may, however, have had like some kind of a tie-in with another game that involved Kefka, like Dissidia maybe. That's it, isn't it? She won! This contest has been decided. Alpha Group is victorious. The Sigmascape test world will now be erased. Come on, we should go and find After. Nero? Talk to me, man. Are you hurt? You could say that. I had a visitor while you were attending your little ironworks reunion. Omega. Damn it, we should never have left you alone. Not after what happened to Biggs and Wedge. As if I would trail along behind you, like some snivelling lapdog. I chose to remain. Behold the result. This was my victory. It was my ingenuity that defeated these foes. Even your precious warrior of light. It's just another variable in my grand experiments. Alright, Nero. Save your strength. I'll fetch after an alpha and then we can get out of here. Garland. The next round is yours. You can't keep holding back. It's time to unfetter that brilliant mind of yours. Do what must be done. I'm not just talking about what becomes of Omega. You cannot preach freedom through technology. Keep yourself locked up in chains. Such a little cutie. Another battle won. Thy might knoweth no bounds, child. The Sigmascape has been terminated. Congratulations, Alpha Group. Congratulations, After. Consistent with previous performances, you have once more defeated a foe of vastly superior combat capabilities. I have constructed a theory to explain this phenomenon. In order to conserve life energy, you subconsciously limit your output during standard activity. I have taken this factor into account when calculating your potential. But judging by the wild fluctuation in values, is it possible your limits are exceeded by an unpredictably high degree when engaged in battle? Current data unreliable. Accuracy of further experiments may be compromised. Recalculations necessary. You will exhibit your full potential, unrestricted by self-imposed limits. Prediction. Placing subject in mortal peril will facilitate the collection of desired data. You just wanted an excuse to tie me up. I swear to God, if this starts filling with a milky liquid, I'm gonna have some questions for you, Omega. Reveal your power. Let me measure the extent of your existence. In precisely 180 seconds, I will terminate your life. You are to attempt to escape with every last reserve of strength you possess. Oh, a frog card? Oh. Oh shit! Nice try. Alpha, your participation is unnecessary. Do not interfere. Curious. Would seem the circumstances of thy birth taint not the purity of thy life. The seed which all mortals nurture is found within thee too, Alpha. As for thee, Omega, after the passing of eons, is this truly the extent of thine evolution? I have glimpsed the core of thy wretched existence, and judged my guidance here is no longer needed. Dragon. Even I cannot fully bend the rules which govern this place. I have reached beyond my strength at last. But so be it. Such a death becomes thee not. Incarnation I leave with thee will be mine in form, not in spirit. Midgarsoner, again your actions are incomprehensible. Heed me, empty vessel, thine all too clumsy effort to draw out that which by thine own admission defieth thy understanding is the very height of folly. Temper thy desire. Trust the results of thine experiments. When thou hast witnessed these mortals in the fullness of their glory, then mayest thou determine if the prize thou seekest is thine for the taking. Attempt to artificially elicit potential has failed. Tend to your injuries, Alpha Group, and prepare for the next round of testing. Alpha, I need your help. It's Nero. He's... Seem we all have a tale to share, but not here. Come on, we're leaving. Madam, Chief's already departed for Rauga's Reach. A few of our people were on hand to help him transport Nero. Oh, I was told to tell you Jessie expects a full report as soon as it's convenient. And by that, she generally means now. I was told you'd made it out of the hole, but nothing beats seeing you with me own two eyes. In case you're wondering, Nero's taken straight to the infirmary. Chief should be back soon with news if you don't mind waiting. Chief, how is he? Not good. Seems one of Omega's nastier minions paid him a visit in our absence. He's putting on a brave face, but I haven't seen his injuries. I'm surprised he kept going for as long as he did. Karujan confined him to bed. Even should Omega extend its next invitation, Nero won't be coming with us. Midgusum is taking a lengthy nap now, isn't he? It won't be long before our base camp is lost to the rift again. When the time comes, I'll join the expedition myself. The challenges will only get harder, and you need someone reliable at your back. I appreciate the offer, Jesse, and I may take you up on it when the time comes. But let's not make any decisions just yet. I have a lot of thinking to do about what's happened, about what lies ahead. Where? Poor thing. He seems worried. Thank you for trying to save me. Where? Well, that got a smile out of him. We may not understand what he says. I think we can understand how he feels. Right. Much as I'd like to say in chat, we all have work to do. Sooner or later, we're going to have to face Omega itself. We've all seen what it's capable of. We need to be stronger. We need to be ready when Omega calls on us again. Let's make sure we are. Good morrow, valued employee. Thank you always for your tireless efforts. As part of the Savage Initiative, we bring you Phase 2 of our Mending Melodies selection, a composition designed to rejuvenate both body and spirit. The song brings to mind a gentle sea, the ebb and flow of the tide, a rhythmic balm upon the exhaustion of your soul. As with our first instalment, we sought the cooperation of the same illustrious minstrel. For this piece, it seems he has drawn inspiration from his recent visits to the Far East. Now close your eyes and float upon a calm ocean of music. Let your worries be carried away by the waves as they swell and recede, swell and recede. Clear your mind and allow new vistas to unfold. Hear, feel, and ponder their mysteries. Sweet! Okay, No. Okay, let's go and do Astro Gesture. Astrologian, 60 through 70. Again, I have not played Astro much since the Dawn Trail rework came out. So yeah, you now will always draw these cards, and then you have to play them. You can choose what order you play them in. So. Yeah. I don't actually know what the Eureka Realm for Asura looks like. Because it's possible that I might prefer it. I do want the rest of that set. Because it kind of looks like a... It kind of looks like the armors from Birth by Sleep, but on a villain, like Vanitas. It's kind of cool. Alright, east meets west. Forces. Athenium. Hey yo! Top of the morning to you after. Or is it the evening? So hard to tell locked up here in the Athenium day and night. Alright. Technically speaking, I can leave at any time of my choosing. It's as if some strange force prevents me from stepping forth into the light. But enough of that. You're here to learn what became of your humble companions while you're off saving the realm. Well, since Ishgard's quite abrupt change in leadership, the Vault has become somewhat more receptive to the contemporary ideas of Master Rufin. They've even asked our compatriot in disguise to hold for them another symposium on Charlian astrology, and this time within the city-state proper, and not at some forsaken hamlet. Nothing against the fine citizenry of Vulcan's Nest, mind you. In fact, the good Rufin has foreseen your arrival in the stars, and awaits you in the observatorium. The look on your face tells me you're less than convinced. Still the skeptic after all we've been through together, eh? Allow me to recreate this morning's reading. In the centre of the Dawn Cross we have the spear, to its left the inverted arrow, to its right the inverted balance. Beneath we have the inverted spire and the inverted bowl, and finally at the crown is the ewer. Well, do you not see it? It is as plain as the stench of day-old piss in the broom on a balmy summer's eve. Though peace hath settled upon our great land, it will be along the path of coming destruction that friends new and old shall discover the bush that doth bear the fruit of knowledge and hope. To think it was you who attuned to all 6 heavens. In other words, she who brought peace to Ishgard, that would be you, will walk the road south to the observatorium where, I don't know, you'll read some books with Lady Laviva to discover a new spell for delivering excruciating pain to your enemies and their families. It all sounded more convincing when she explained it to me this morning over that bottle of wine. Or was it 2 bottles? At any rate, I would suggest you make haste. You know how our little protege does not kindly take to those who will make her wait. It was good seeing you again after, and something tells me you'll be back again soon. What is it that I unlock? Because it's not the Minor Arcana. Yeah, I don't think there's anything that actually gets unlocked. Like any skill. But that could be because of how many times how many times this has been reworked. That's probably it. They just gave up. I think originally, or at least in the Endwalker rework, you would have unlocked one of the major Arcana cards, or minor Arcana cards. Friend and fellow astrologian, so good to see you again. What has it been? 2, 3? Let's just say it's been too long. Yana Quinnard speak to you with my reading? Well then, there is hope for that well-dressed dullard yet. Though I've learned the key to success is not entrusting him with more than one task at a time, and making certain that task does not require much in the way of thinking, or acting for that matter. The reading, I believe it instructs as to our next step in spreading the knowledge of... Master Rufin! An injured traveller has arrived at our gates seeking succour. An ill omen. With me after. Please, I can walk no further. The stars were kind in guiding you to this place. The astrologians here have ways of easing one's hurts. Astrologians? They have no need of prophecy or prognostication. Or I could stay my tongue and allow you to tend to my wounds. My apologies. What is that? Dear Conjurer? It's either that or he's a black mage. That's some kind of mage implement. May you have a quick recovery, friend. In time, you'll come to believe the power the stars wield. Lady Master Rufin, after's felicitous return inspired me to step out for a breath of fresh air, and behold, already does it appear a new adventure is upon us. And here I was, thinking you made the journey south to lend your talents in preparation for the forthcoming symposium. Master Rufin, or was it Lady Lviva? If I may, allow me to give you my thanks. My apologies for earlier. I have a tendency to allow your unbridled emotions to get the best of you. That was amazing. You knew what I was going to say before I even said it. Where are my manners? I am Kyokuho of Hingashi, and have braved storm and sea to learn of the many wonders it is said to be found in this magnificent realm. But you already knew that, didn't you? No, I didn't. Now, if you'd excuse me, I must get back to, matters, which are important. She's blushing. Important matters, such as astrological matters? Could you show me? I wouldn't be a burden. I'd stand in the corner, in the shadows, behind a curtain. While I appreciate the somewhat forced enthusiasm, I'm afraid that won't be Oh, I was merely hoping that we might be able to share insight into each other's fields. Each other's fields? You wouldn't happen to be a geomancer, would you? A geomancer? So-called masters of wind and water. My grandfather had a tome written on the far eastern art of elemental and directional divination, though much of it seemed a little more than folklore. Lady Lviva, did not the morning's reading mention friends new and old? What if after were the friend old, and this peculiar little man the friend new? The spear pointing west, the balance pointing east, the arrow pointing in all directions and none. It might just mean... Kyokuho, though it pains me to admit as much, it appears your arrival has been foretold. Perhaps there's much I can learn from you. Nay, that we can learn from each other. Oh, but there is! Soon you'll learn the push and pull of the elements brings together those who require companionship most. Yes, the elements. We'll have to discuss that further at another juncture. For the time being, I'm placing you in the care of my first and foremost pupil, After. An excellent proposal. Or as I believe the Hingans say, Kekaku. I dabbled a bit in the language when I was younger, but for the life of me, that ebon-haired emissary would not follow me even a sidelong glance. Then might I hazard that there is no finer place to begin unlocking the secrets of the star than under the bowl near the Roots Lake? I shall even lend good Kyoko to the South Shroud myself, if After agrees to do the rest. After you then. Next we meet Kyoko. I'll have opened the first gate and better understand the influences the star holds over all of us. Safe journey. So he's a geomancer, but I think the only thing of geomancy that we have is in arcanists and summoners and scholars, right? Because I know that there's the Arcanima, but I think there's also a certain amount of geomancy that's incorporated into it. There you are. I was beginning to wonder if you hadn't been eaten by the hoverflies on your way here, but I jest. Janaquinid tells me that you're quite the authority in all things relating the bowl. So enlighten me, O honourable sensei. I am, as you Westerners say, all eyes? Was it is? The Eorzeans believe it was from this tree planted by your gods in the very heavens that all life was born. Fascinating. Pretty. So this is your bowl. In the Far East, we know of the constellation as something different, but know it all the same. I must admit, however, that seeing it under a different sky than my own fills my heart with a sense of both wonderment and now confusion, knowing what it represents to your people. What I cannot wrap my head around is that you would truly believe a notion so foolish as to that the power of Earth. As that the power of Earth, a word by your own definition means soil, would not come from the land itself, but rather from 6 tiny lights flickering in the night sky. We, students of geomancy, believe that such powers naturally lies beneath our feet, ever flowing through creation as blood does through our veins. Yet despite the differences in our thinking, the similarities are encouraging. All trees are born of the earth, and their protection is universal. A most thought-provoking opinion that I'm certain Lady Lviva will be delighted to hear, though I might suggest you withdraw the part about being unable to wrap your head around our foolish notions, unless you enjoy having steel-toed boot wedged firmly twixt the bollocks. Shall we get going then? By this hour, Lady Lviva will have already made the journey back to the Athenaeum. Seems to be having a good old conversation there. Thanks for taking the Hingan off my hands. Not because I think our visitor an annoying little braggart with all manner of a kobold foundling, which I still do, but because I needed the time to finish my work without distraction. So tell me, what did I miss? I see. Perhaps I judged Kyokuyo too hastily. I still have my reservations, but I shall afford him the benefit of the doubt. For now. The teachings of geomancy may be grounded in fairy tales and falsehoods, but my grandfather told me that every lie is born of the truth. If I can find the truth within Kyokuyo's backwards beliefs, it may provide insight into our own school of thought. I see now that my choice to assign you as his tutor was a wise decision. Might I ask this of you after? I promise that once the symposium has ended, I shall assume the duties of Kyokuyo's tutelage. I sense good fortune in our stars, my friend. Good fortune indeed. I need to accept it straight from. Okay. I see you received my summons. You didn't receive my summons. Oh, damn it, Yana Quinnet. The 7th hell and back. He's gonna put... forgive me. There should be sufficient time for condemnation of his soul after 11th bell tarts. For now, I must speak to you of Kyokuyo's training. Despite appearances, and attitudes, and manners, and courting habits, our traveller from the east has proven quite motivated in his study of our ways. In fact, while you were off doing whatever it is that you do, he successfully opened the next 4 gates of heaven. Anyway, preparations for the symposium have left me with little time to pick the boy's mind. I have nevertheless managed to fully grasp the primitive concept of geomancy. In fact, I plan on incorporating several of the ideas as anecdotes into my presentation. It is what my father would have wanted. Now, as to why I've called you here, Kyokuyo is very close to attuning to the final heaven, Spear. I think it only fitting that his instructor be there to accompany him during his finest moment. And because I am obviously too occupied at the moment, I thought perhaps you could join him in my stead. Then it's settled. You shall guide young Kyokuyo on his final steps to glory and enlightenment, just as I did you those many moons ago. Follow me outside. Let us bring our friend the good tidings together. And he's gone. That's odd. Could have sworn he was right here but a moment ago. Fleury, have you seen Kyokuyo? Fleury, are you even listening to me? If it's our Hingan novitiate? Novitiate? It must be novitiate. You see, he hurried out the Athenium side entrance not 5 heartbeats past. He was quite animated, even more than usual. A veritable one-man mummer's tragedy, all full of jumping and flailing and pumping of fists. What could have unsettled the boy so? I suppose it might have been the letter that I handed him. It was delivered just this morning. Kyokuyo skimmed over it quickly, asked me several cursory questions about the Heaven of Ice, to which I gave several cursory answers, and then was gone. Did not try to stop him? Why would I? He was leaving. If my intuition is correct, and it usually is, something in that missive has led Kyokuyo to believe that he does not have much time left in Eorzean, and so has set out for the Steel Vigil that he might open the final gate and complete his training before he departs our realm. It looks as if our plans are already set in motion. The Central Highlands! God damn it, Yana Quinnet. You fucking idiot. Steel Vigil is the one just to the east, right? Yeah. up. I really don't remember. Much. Astro. I just remember that Astro has the effectively go fuck, oh fuck button, similar to Benediction, but instead of being a 100% heal, it's just a very large heal that is better the lower health of the target, and you can use it every like 45 seconds or something. After, this is the second time you've saved me from my folly. Well, technically speaking, it's the first. You were merely around as Lady Lviva healed my wounds last time. Right, I'll stop there. I know it makes little sense to leave without saying anything, despite the fact you, Lady Lviva, and Yana Quinnard all were but mere yalms from where I stood. Some stories are already told, and who are we to struggle against the ebb and flow that carry us ever toward our fates? Alright, that was a poor excuse. The truth is, I've been summoned back to my homeland and was too ashamed to face those who had shown me so much support. And so I thought to come here, open the gate to the final heaven, and then take the next trading galley out of Vuldar before any of you realised I was gone. As you can see, things did not unfold as I planned. Since you're here, perhaps you could have one last lesson, for old time's sake? I see. Both power and compassion. Yin to the other's yang. It is as if the more I learn of your stars, the less I know. To think this may be the last I ever see of your heavens. Beginning to understand why your people treasure them so. And with the opening of the 6th, I've prepared my mind and soul for the 7th. Final gate that leads to true dominion over the elements. Or so Lady Lviva insists. Our conversations have been eye-opening, to say the least. She theorizes that our two schools may actually be one and the same, whereas astrologians look to the stars above to read their fates. The geomancers look to the star below to listen to its songs and draw our answers from its whispers. While I'm certain my masters back in Hingashi would cringe upon hearing that a Westerner of not 20 summers believes she's grasped 1,000 generations of teaching, I'm more willing to indulge her eccentricities now that I know she means no ill will. I only wish that we would have had more time to possibly see if there was some way we could have combined our knowledge to create something new, something the world has never before seen. And with that, I bid you, Lady Lviva, Quimperin, Muganel, soft-skinned Fleuret, sweet-lipped Curiette, that tall chap on the second floor, always mumbling about some star's magnitude, even Yana Quinnard, the fondest of my farewells. I have a long journey ahead of me, and if I do not leave now, I fear I'll never be able to. Okay. Back to the Athenian. You know what, fuck it. You're back. I do not see Kyoko. Is he out fawning over Fleuret again? Back to Hingashi. Can't say this was unexpected. The deck of 60 told me as much this morning. That, and I asked Janet Quinard what was written in the letter. What, you thought him above reading another's correspondence? You give him far too much credit when none is due. Kyoko is not a child. He knew what coming to Eorzean would entail, and he knew that he would one day need to return to his homeland. And while we may not have always agreed, alright, almost never agreed, I did come to respect the man and his steely resolve. Allow him his space. If the stars deem it fitting, then he will be back. Or perhaps next it will be our turn for a journey over storm and sea. He's gone? Without saying goodbye? I can't believe it. I will not believe it. What I would have not given to have but one last moment with my brother, my soulmate, my... Lady Lviva told you I read his letter? Oh well then. Yeah, it'll pain me to tell the other novitiates that Kyoko has returned to his native lands, far away on the other side of the world. I may even need to personally comfort those most stricken with grief by his sudden and tragic departure. But truth be told, I'm going to miss having the Hingen around. He certainly did liven the place up. Godspeed, Kyoko. May your return journey leave you miserable and wet. See you safely home. While your visit fills my heart with joy after, I cannot bring myself to smile noting that Lady Lviva is troubled so. Though she should be spending these final days before the symposium placing the final touches on her address to the vault, she instead spends her time wandering about the pillars in a daze, mumbling to herself about earth, wind, and water. I fear that Kyoko's departure has left a gap in the Lady Lviva's heart that she knows not how to fill. I've tried at length to set her mind at ease, but one need not be a reader of stars to guess how well that ended. Perhaps if you spoke with her, she would finally listen to reason. What the fuck? What the... Okay. I've managed to get stuck somehow. What do I owe the honour? No, let me guess. My good friend Janet Quinard asked you to talk some sense into poor addle-pated Lviva. Ah, well, goody. Today I have the privilege of being lectured by both of you. My Lady Lviva, and after. Imagine finding the two of you out here this fair evening. Enough with theatrics, Jan. I know your play here. As I've told you time and again, I've not forgotten my duty to the Athenaeum or my obligations to the Symposium. I simply need time to think. Alone. To which I keep replying, why think alone when you have one of the greatest minds in the realm at your disposal? And after! Greatest minds, eh? Riddle me this. Why are the results of my reading from that day, both after and Kyokahu arrived, still weighing on my mind? Why does it feel as if I am missing, or rather misinterpreting, some devilishly important detail? Peace comes. Friends are made. Dangerous paths are trodden. Knowledge is gained. That not already occur? Kyokahu and After both arrive as the Dragon Sword War ends. After saves Kyokahu from death at the Steel Vigil, and knowledge of geomancy is shared with the Athenian. What if the coming destruction told by the inverted spire was not the incident at the Citadel, but something else? Something far more grave. And that would mean the prophecy's fruit of knowledge and hope was not Kyokahu's stories of his art, but something different. Something we'll only see by continuing on this perilous path. But is it truly the path that is disastrous, or our decision to pursue it? The big promotion is just around the corner? I know you're merely trying to ease my mind with humour, but this isn't the time for jests. If we are to understand where our fates lie, we must try and comprehend the signs we are given. And I believe those signs point to the pursuit of hope in the face of disaster. And I believe the disaster in question is something to do with Kyokahu's return home, if not the return itself. It could also mean that our friend is in danger. See where you're going with this. While I love our red-robed ruckus rouser as much as anyone, except Flurry is hat. A journey at this time would mean the cancellation of our symposium, and with that, any chance of the Holy See ever taking us seriously. Now you can see why I've been up here day and night, biting my nails to the quick. I apologise. A lack of sleep can work ill on one's humours, but I think your intervention here today may have provided me a solution to our predicament. A solution that I'm now kicking myself for not having come to earlier. A solution I myself I proposed not days ago when deciding how I might attend Kyoku's opening of the Sixth Heaven. After, we'll travel to Hingashi. Reading did only mention friends old and friends new. I recall nothing in there about silver-haired astrologians from Charlian. How do you propose After find our charge? The Far East is a big place. Perhaps we could write a letter? Yes, and address it to Kyokahu Hingashi. No, you dullard! We've something far better. We've the stars, and our undying faith that they will guide us to that which we seek. Or After could start her search in Kugane, the port city from which Kyokahu claimed he came, focusing on locations which serve as exceptional venues for stargazing, the pastime our friend warmed to during his stays with us. Or After could... No. Wait. It's actually a decent proposal. You have your quest. May the stars guide you true. Oh, and I will expect reports. Many reports. John, let us return to the proper... Right. Maybe after a few bells rests first. Okay, so... Oh, places in Kugane that are good for stargazing. Kugane is packed like a warehouse with multi-storied hostels and tea houses, so the cobbles will ne'er afford man a decent view of the sky. No, if you want to see the heavens in all their glory, you just need to make your way up. Take the bridge behind me. There, atop that mighty span, the stars await. She faces directly west of Kugane Castle, out toward the Ruby Tide and Otard Ballon. It is said her location was determined by a great geomancer who told the first Bugyo placing it there would ensure the city's prosperity for generations to come. When I wish to walk under the stars, I go with my promise to this Tasogare bridge spanning yon pier. The melting of crimson into indigo is a sight you will not soon forget. It's in... If it is the stars you seek, then you need only look up. But if it is a fool you seek, one who calls himself a master of wind and water, when in fact he is nothing more than a cheat, a liar, and a disgrace to our noble profession, perhaps you might find the rat where all rats hide, near the piers. See, someone has taken my spot. I just have to slit her throat and toss her body to the tide. I'm pulling your arm. After. Or was it ear? You Westerners have such odd sayings. What brings you so far from home? A path fraught with disaster, misfortune, impending doom. Yes, well, the situation may not be as encouraging as my jovial demeanor suggests. It all began several decades ago when the Bakufu decided they were opening the port to foreign trade vessels. To accommodate the influx of ships, a section of ancient coastline forest was cleared. However, doing so angered the entity who had guarded the wood for countless generations, a golden fox named Kinko. A great battle ensued, but claws and fangs were no match for cold steel. Kinko was slain and the new port completed. The fox's spirit, however, remained, spoiling our milk, withering our crops, causing storms that dashed ship after ship against our rocky cliffs. In desperation, the Bakufu turned to the land's most powerful geomancer, my great-grandfather, Kazan. Kazan used the power of the sea, the skies, and the land to soothe the spirit long enough that he could erect an invisible barrier that not only protected the city, but ensured that it would prosper. At once, the fortunes of Kugane's citizenry turned. My great-grandfather was hailed as a hero, and geomancy is the saviour of our nation. Within a matter of moons, the streets were lined with the sails and tents of would-be seers, people practically throwing coins at them for their advice and blessings. These pretenders, these charlatans, were not interested in the sacred rites passed down to my great-grandfather from his great-grandfather and his great-grandfather before him. They were not interested in maintaining the barrier that preserved Kugane's luster and drove back the powers that would see it fall. No, they were more interested in lining their pockets. And now the bonds that hold the barrier in place are about to break. There's none left with the knowledge to mend them. The knowledge that died with the passing of my grandfather. And so I set out to convince the geomancers of Kugane that only united would we discover the means to save our fair city. Only united would we stave off the darkness and bring lasting prosperity to one and all. Only united would my great-grandfather's legacy live on. Alas, I failed. Branded a deceiver by those very men and women who had grown fat on deceit. Unable to mend the bonds myself, nor rouse my peers to action, I stood on this very bridge and thought on an answer. And then I saw it in the setting sun. My answer lay in the west. And so I packed my bags and headed to Eorzean, in search of something, anything that might help me save Kugane. I believed that something astrology, but before I could be certain, I was summoned home. This you already know. Since then, I've been coming here every night, hoping the stars might provide me with another revelation. They remain silent. Heavens speak through you. Tell me, what do they say? Use geomancy. I admit it was a long story, but did you not hear a single thing that I even said? If I could mend the barrier myself, I wouldn't have travelled halfway across the world in the first place. Wait, I did travel halfway across the world and I didn't come home empty-handed. If I learned one thing while in Ishgard, it was that Western astrology is in many ways a complement to geomancy. Used together, they might just work. After all, you need only use your expected benefit and you can mend any injury, is that not so? No, really, I'm genuinely asking. The lesson explaining the finer details of the star's power and how to harness it was conveniently scheduled for the day after I returned home. But you know it all. Tell me you can help repair the barrier. I did it, great-grandfather. I found a way to make things right. Well then, no time to lose. My great-grandfather created a barrier by anchoring the energies of wind, water and earth to 4 shrines located at the north, east, south and west end of the city. It is there the bonds must be repaired. We shall begin with the nearby westerly shrine on the short pier. What the fuck are you gonna make me fight? This is one of the shrines of which I spoke. It may not look like much, but if it were to be destroyed, the entire city would be overrun with large testicled raccoon dogs and flying rainbow cats, or possibly just angry spirits. Large testicled raccoon dogs! My plan is simple. If I'm correct, aspected benefit will intertwine with the barrier's geomantic energies, mending it as easily as it does flesh. We shall wait until nightfall to perform the rite. The last thing we need is a drunken Ronin breaking your concentration. Okay, aspected benefit. Wait, that didn't... Oh, okay, I actually had to interact with it. I thought, okay. I would love to use it, but... Okay, for some reason... It's only working when I do it that way. Like it's not letting me... Okay, now it's letting me cast it. for some reason, it doesn't want to let it do it from the hotbar. I'll just have to fight them. Although it's kind of a lot. I mean, they're not too hard. So there's one more. I'm just gonna grab them all, because fuck it. Some of them are dying anyway, to... Just the, what is it? Combust. I was gonna call it Aero for some reason, even though I know that's White Mage. This guy's pretty big. It's fine. Okay. Oh yeah. Fine display, fine indeed. Though if it were I might have used gravity instead of malefic when the foul creature had... Oh, right. I'll just be staying that tongue of mine again. Kyokuho! I was told there were spirits in the streets. You arrived just as they are vanquished. How fortunate. Yes, Master Murakumo. Bonds are mended, made whole with mest and magics. A little shoulder grease. Was it knuckle grease out? Western magics, then this aged lady is none other. Wait until you see the reinforced bonds. The energies twist together with ours like sun and moon, darkness and light. They are as one, master. I was right to summon you home. Pardon my intrusion, traveller. I am Murakumo, second pupil of the great Kazan, and instructor to young Kyokuho. But with Kugane safe, I can now return to Ishgard to complete my training as an astrologian. Huzzah! Absolutely not. While you've mended the weakened bonds for now, their ephemerality remains. Unless you expect your friend here to remain in Kugane for the remainder of her life, you will need to find a more permanent solution. In other words, the bonds must be laid anew. But you know as well as I, the secret to laying those bonds died with my grandfather. Not a day goes by that I do not suffer the burden of my ineptitude. Had I shown promise in the art as your grandfather did, perhaps Kazan would have entrusted me with the knowledge as well. But he did not. Now they are both gone. We can lament that which we cannot change. We can put aside our past failures and seek the path which leads us forward. The master's right. Perhaps there's something in my grandfather's tomes. Or perhaps I may still find a way to win over the other geomancers to our cause. There's always hope, is there not? If anything, you've given us time to search for an answer. And for that, I'm grateful. The city would be as well, if they knew you'd saved them from an army of angry wraiths looking to devour their souls and defecate their bones straight to the darkest of hells. In his haste to find a difficult answer, he looks past the simple one right before his eyes. It may take Kyokuho time to realize it, but you are the hope which we seek. In time, you'll come to see it as well. It's probably best if I use this. So I guess this is farewell. Unless that is, you're staying? You're staying? She's staying, Master! She's staying! What changed your mind? Don't tell me. Knowing that you will be here with me and Master Murakumo is enough. I was beginning to worry that I would do what I would do the next time the city was invaded by Kinko's minions. The Master can barely make his way out of the privy each morning, let alone battle bloodlustering spectres. Now that you mention it, this all reminds me of that reading Lady Leviva conducted the morning I arrived at the observatory. Something about friendly paths lined with dangerous fruit bushes winding their way to hope. Could the stars truly have predicted all this? If so, I'm impressed. I'll need to think more on the issue. Until then, might I suggest you continue the refinement of your art here in scenic Higashi? You'll find our beasts just as formidable as yours in the west, if not doubly so. I have some good news and some bad news. Bad news is, the 37th reading of my great-grandfather's tomes failed to reveal anything about the bonds that the previous 36 readings had not. The good news, if you can call it that, is that we did discover where Grandmaster Kazan conducted his training when he was a youth. How does this help us? Good question. Still not completely certain myself, but it's more than we had the last time you were here, and an ounce of hope is better than none at all. So, what do you say, friend? Are you up for a journey across the Ruby Sea? I knew you couldn't turn me down. Still, the road ahead won't be easy. Yangsha is large, and the scars of war run deep along the Gensui chain. It may be that which might have helped us has already been claimed by Flame. We'll have to place faith in our fortunes, and hope they guide us true. I've decided we should begin our search in Namai for the reason that, well, there is no reason. You have to start somewhere, eh? I'll meet you there. Safe travels. Air's heavy with mist, and these shacks probably let in more rain than they keep out. Something like a tome wouldn't survive a single moon here, let alone the decades since my great-grandfather's training. Still, a few words with the village elders provided an interesting bit of information. Though it required some coaxing, several were able to recall memories of robed seers who resided in a nearby temple. A temple that was in use right up until the Garlean invasion and the subsequent banning of all religion. The building, called the Swallow's Compass, while since abandoned, still remains in good repair. Listen to this. The locals avoid it for fear of disturbing the spirits with which they believe the Geomancer communed. Do you know what this means? There could still be something left inside. Come! I've not unlocked that dungeon though. Because it is. It's an optional dungeon. It's one of the level 70 ones. I've not unlocked. Oh wait, he's over here. Heyo! The Swallow's Compass, built during the rule of the first Doman King. I took the liberty to explore the grounds before you arrived and discovered this door. I know. It pales in comparison to that impressive gate behind us, compelling any normal thief or bandit to dismiss it outright. But then, why erect a geomantic field to protect it? I sense the flow of powerful energies here. Whatever lies behind this door, the Geomancers wanted to keep it safe. In fact, there may even be traps, which is why only I should attempt a crossing of the threshold. I mean, who knows what terrible guardians have been summoned to protect the temple? Well, guess now I know what terrible guardians were summoned to protect the temple. I'll also be glad to hear I was able to temporarily nullify the barrier, granting access into the chamber beyond. as there may be more traps. I ask you wait out here to deal with them for me. Just kidding. I've already checked. There are no more traps. Probably. Fortune's with us! The scrolls were intact. Barrier having protected them from both the elements and thieves. Took some searching, but I believe I was able to locate several that touch upon the laying of geomantic bonds. At least, I think I was able to. The script on these scrolls is old and faded, not to mention written in a hand far beyond my comprehension. Luckily, Master Murakumo is almost as ancient as the tomes, and should have little difficulty prizing out their secrets. A decanter or 6 of hot sake and he'll warm to the task. I'll see you back at the Shiokaze hostelry after. I'll even save you a cup. It probably would have been quicker to just run it the other way. Kyoko, the Westerner, has joined us. Might I suggest you do the same? Oh, my apologies after. You may want to sit down for this. Or not. Doesn't matter. Nothing really matters, does it? The scrolls, they contain knowledge of the complete ritual. In fact, it was in the very first one. Just our luck, right? Wind, water, earth, creation of the bonds calls for the energy of all three. This much even a first-year novice of geomancy could tell you. No, what gave us pause was the mention of a fourth energy. An energy to render the seal permanent. Oh. Life. You see after? They spilled living blood to complete the ritual. They damned a soul to an eternity without peace so that their magic would not fade. I now understand why Grandmaster Kazan left no notes on the rites. Not wish this knowledge to fall into the wrong hands. And because he never performed the rites himself, the bonds anchoring the barrier around Kugane were never completed. And that is why they require constant attention. No blood was spilled to make them everlasting. My great-grandfather would not sacrifice even a single life to achieve his ends. Neither will I. It's enough, Kyoko. Need time to think on this with the morrow. Return to Koganedori and see if we can find some solace in sleep. Oh, okay. I failed, just as did my great-grandfather. My grandfather after him. We all knew the one means of creating a flawless barrier, and none of us could bring ourselves to do it. And lo, the bonds we fortified but several nights past. Already have they begun to loosen and fray. They were weak for overlong, allowing Kinko to regain her strength, mend her wounds, to feed her anger. Now there's naught we can do but watch as she gathers her minions for a final assault on the land she once ruled. This did not stand a chance. Now would be a good time for us to stumble across that hope Lady Leviva breeding promised would be at the end of this road to destruction. Arthur, the stars, you're finally here. It's been almost 4 bells since Master Murakumo left on his daily inspection of the bonds. He most likely just stopped to warm his belly along the way, but I can't help wondering if it's something worse. Will you help me search for the old man? We can start at the closest shrine in Rakushi Garden. Oh, shit. Run straight past it. Well, any sign of him? Where could he be? You don't suppose he tried anything foolish, do you? Bonds as weak as they are, any manner of disturbance could rouse the Golden Fox. The Master's no longer of an age to defend himself. Defend himself against what? A maid could walk the streets naked and unattended, carrying a gold-filled sack and not as much as a finger laid upon her. Or are you spreading more lies about angry spirits to sow fear so that you might offer your protection in exchange for Bugio's ransom? I've done no such thing! I merely bid my fellow geomancers aid the city in its time of need. Not once have I asked compensation for what I seek. If anything, it is you who seek to prey on the citizenry' ignorance. Ha! So says the talentless hack who waves his great-grandfather's name around like he does his member. Your lies are growing stale, Kyoko. Continue sprouting them, and not only do you sully our craft, but the very legacy of Grandmaster Kazan. What would he say to this nonsense? Are you even listening to me? Just no one listens to me. All I desire is to mend my my great-grandfather's magics and save Kugane. I do not seek coin. I do not seek fame. Why is that so hard for you to grasp? We're wasting our time here, Arthur. Let's continue the search for Master Murakumo at the westerly shrine. Is there a fast travel spot? Yes. Master Murakumo, are you hurt? Bond was nearly undone. I tried to... but the... Ugh. Kinko, she's here. She's already through. We need to perform the blood ritual. It's the only way. No, I already told you. Great-grandfather spurned the spilling of innocent blood to complete the seal, and so have I. Besides, even if we were to conduct the ritual, there is no one to sacrifice. Then I shall be the sacrifice, Kyoko. The many years since your grandfather passed, my sole purpose has been to find a means to mend Kazan's barrier. It would be the greatest honor knowing that with my death, I might not only save the city, but be granted the opportunity to watch over it for eternity. No, I can't let you die, Master. Listen to what you're saying, Kyoko. You cannot let me die. I want to do this. This is my decision to make, and mine alone. Let not this selfishness in your heart distract you from what needs to be done. You're wrong, Master. There must be another way. There's always another way. There is always hope. Right after? Tell me, how do we save Kagane? Simple. Astrology. Stop focusing on the bonds and look to the fox. What do you mean after? What she means? I'll tell you exactly what she means. Lady Laviva, why did Lady Laviva? Your powers of observation never cease to amaze me, Kyoko. Aye, it is me, in the flesh, fresh off the galley put into port this very morn. The symposium was a rousing success, the Vault quick to realise the benefits my school's wisdom could bring when applied to the rebuilding of Ishgard. It was even decided that several new courses in Charlian astrology were to be taught for the Scholastica starting next term. And so, with my father's dream fulfilled, I was finally free to pursue whatever I wished, and I wished to learn more of geomancy. So here I am, not a moment too soon by the looks of it. In the few bells I spent exploring the city for leads as to your whereabouts, I learned much and more about our pretender and his end is nigh advocacy, so I began testing the bonds of this barrier myself. It did not take long to realise that it was Kyoko who was speaking verily, and his detractors the true pretenders. So you'll help us mend the bonds? But how? After now I've already tried using energies drawn from the heavens, and that only worked to delay the inevitable. Guardian Spirit's strength has grown so great that the only thing that might hold her now is a new barrier anchored with bonds of lifeblood. But this I cannot allow. As always, Kyoko, your hasty charge into a difficult answer blinds you from the simple solution. You're right to harness the power of aspect of benefit, but you fail to grasp its true potential to bring succor. For so long you focused on mending your great-grandfather's bonds, when you should have focused on Kinko herself. If her wrath can be quelled, then a barrier will no longer be needed. So you're saying that if we use the power of the stars to soothe Kinko's wounded heart, we may convince her to stay her attack? Giving you time to relay your great-grandfather's bloodless bonds. But it will only work if Kinko is weak, the manifestations of her soul's scars cleansed. Right, so we only need to... Wait, won't attacking Kinko and her spiritual minion simply anger her even more? Before something can be healed, it must first be hurt. It is a sound plan, Kyoko. If it turns out that you still require a sacrifice, there will be no sacrificing tonight, tomorrow, or ever. The stars have foretold our victory and will provide us the strength we need to see our enemies overcome. That's what I like to hear. Follow me then to Kagane Castle. The spirits are certain to be drawn there. Let's do it. The very hells have opened. Who will save us? Konto. We just walked up all those steps for Final Shogun at Kigane Castle. Now I have to walk all the way back down to Right, mouth shut. Hinko will seek to draw our attention away from her by sowing chaos in the streets, Kyoko. Focus your energies on the fox. After, make swift work of her angry supplicants. I shall provide you both with support from the rear. Giggity. What's up, you little bitches? That's right, I'm going to use Earthly Dominance on you. Get dominated! Oh shit. Wait, do I need to heal this? Maybe. These ones are big ass. Can you just die now, please? Wait, shit, no. Oh, unrest.
Now he is ready.
Pinko is calmed. Now, lay the bonds and complete your great-grandfather's ritual. May the rivers of heavens and earth, wind and water flow together as one. May their currents cleanse this land of its impurities and see it ever guarded. May the wrath that once held rule be carried to the seas where it will be forgotten for eternity. We did it! We did it! It is done. Together we have saved Kugane. With it torn down the walls that separated our two schools. This will be a day long remembered. A day a new hope was born. I don't know how to begin to thank you. Both of you. Normally I would say that this uncharacteristic display of humility is more than enough thanks. I still require one thing in return for my assistance. Promise that this is not the end. Of course it's not the end. This is just the beginning. A new beginning for both geomancy and astrology. So much to be done. First we'll need to write down all that happened here today. Then I'll need to... So this is Kugane, eh? Not bad. Janna Quinnard? What in the seventh heaven's name are you doing here? I explicitly stated in my letter that you were not to follow me. Lady Laviva, I'm disappointed. You of all people should know, had you wanted me to stay put, you should have rather demanded that I come. Yes, yes. Whatever was I thinking? May I say I'm honoured to have before me the foremost authorities on astrology. Your display last night taught me there's still much I must learn about my own school. Something I would not have been able to do had I allowed myself to be sacrificed. Kyoko, I wanted to apologize. There, I said it. Still despise you in that smirk of yours. I can see I was mistaken about you being a pretender. You have talent, almost as much as I. You'll make a worthy rival. Coming from you, Udoku. Take that as a compliment. Lady Laviva, under any other circumstances, I'd be on a bark headed back to Eorzean this very evening to complete my training as an astrologian. There's something I need to do first. Just as you fought to educate Ishgard at your school, I must do the same here in Kugane with mine. A geomancy, unfaithful to the teachings of the Master, has poisoned this city for too long. A wise decision, one that was surely not easy for you to make. Take as much time as you need, Kyokoho. See the ship righted. See truth prevail. The stars will guide you back to us when the hour is right. Don't you worry, Lady Lviva. Give me a few summers and I'll have an entire army of geomancers trained by yours truly lining up at your desk. An entire army of Kyokohos? What? Is that a problem? And there we go. So what is... Ooh, what the fuck? Ooh. That's actually kind of snazzy. I actually kind of like that. So far, I don't like this. Maybe. And then the issue is that, yeah, that looks like it should be a skirt and a chest piece, like the layering, but it very much so isn't. Okay. Yeah, I like the weapon. That's about it. Okay. That's probably gonna have to be where I call it for today. But now that we have now that we've got the healer job quests out of the way, all that's left are Dragoon, Ninja, Bard, Machinist, and Black Mage. And then I will be able to continue working on all of the Eureka relics. I'll have Animos finished before too long. I only need about 60% more. Sorry, I only need about 40% more of the crystals. That's a couple of pretty shitty rolls. I'm trying to get more crystals. Yeah, that was pretty shit. 1, 8, 4, 5. So that is 62. Call it 63% of all of the crystals that I need. Now, the issue I'm going to run into here other than that is that I don't have I don't have any Pazuzu feathers at the minute. And I also don't have enough crystals to just outright buy the feathers. I could buy one. I could get a third of a relic. They cost 300. If they cost like 100, it would be fine. 300, like needing 900 extra per relic is kind of a lot. Kind of a lot. But yeah, that'll get that up to the Animo stage. And yeah, if it looks like this but glowy, I might use it with certain glams. We'll see. But yeah, that's going to be it for tonight. I should be streaming again tomorrow. That's the current plan. We'll see how I feel though, because I've been struggling with energy and headaches, and there's potential that I'll need to sort some shit out. But if we do stream, at the moment, I plan on it being what's it, Cyberpunk, and probably finishing off all of the side job bullshit in that, if not finishing the main story finally. Yeah. Look forward to that, I guess. And once we've finished that, I will probably go on to do the DLC for Cyberpunk. Which I don't know how long that's likely to take. But yeah, I've been enjoying Cyberpunk. Yeah, thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time. Have a good one. Later.